So was someone pointing at me when I'm supposed to start talking, or? I'm on? Oh, okay. All right, from Beggar's Pizza in Crown Point, brought to you by Tempo Run Timing and Events. This is the, we're going to call it the inaugural. We're going to say, we can't say first annual. It's not a thing. But the first Northwest Indiana cross-country season preview. I'm Jim Peters. This was the brainchild of Louis Guillen and Scott Coyle. And we're going to be rolling through with roughly 15, 16, 17 coaches and several athletes from the area and get their rundown on the upcoming season. This young lady to my left, Morgan Kleinman of Lake Central. Thank you for being here. First of all, I understand you had a pretty busy schedule, and if I'm not getting too personal, an ultrasound before you came and practice afterwards. Yeah. So just talk a little bit, just what's going to be an interesting fall for you.
Yeah, very interesting. Not so much more running on my part. But yeah, we have most of our returners coming back. We graduated 2 seniors last year who have big shoes to fill, but we've had some sophomores really step up and some seniors this year really step up so far just with summer training to kind of fill those shoes. So we're excited.
The Indians went to state last year, and as I look at my little cheat sheet, finished 23rd down in Terre Haute, right?
Yes,
yeah, it seemed like that was ages ago.
Yeah.
Like last year seemed like it was 2 years compacted into one.
Yeah, everything's mixed together.
So a few leaders coming back. Natalie Kransky, I got to give a shout out to her mom, Susan, is a great Twitter follower of mine. So I got to give her props for that first of all. But Natalie going to lead the way for you. Historically, Lake Central, very balanced team, 1 through 7. Always depth is always a hallmark. You're able to, if you don't necessarily have that outstanding number 1, you make up for it just with top to bottom competition there and putting a good pack together. Is that going to be similar situation for your team this year?
Yeah, so we have our top 7, really top 10 is always so close, which I feel like this is my 5th year being their head coach, and I feel like that has been the common theme the last 4 years is that pack. So that's awesome that we can rely on that. We're always looking for that runner that's going to kind of break away and be that top runner for us. But they are all very close. So returning, Taylor Koziak is one of the top returners coming back, Natalie Kransky, Carly Davis, Rachel Nargis, and Sydney Chirilla. And then we have 2 more girls who have been in the top 7 who were on our varsity roster last season. Addison Roth didn't run postseason for us because she was injured. And then Nikki Volrath is also a sophomore. She was our number 8 last year, and she's currently been number 1 at practices so far. So she's had a huge jump since last cross-country season.
So it's the kind of thing where you can toss all the numbers in the hat and pick one out, and that might be your leader on a given day, which makes for, I'm assuming, great practice competition, and then on terrific on race day too, because somebody has an off day occasionally, then there's somebody else to pick up the slack, right?
Yeah, they're really good about making up for those bad days because obviously bad races happen. And there's always somebody there to kind of fill that hole. So very competitive group within each other, which is good.
Yeah. Are you, is the bar set at making it, back to state? I mean, don't want to, here we are, what September? 3 months away, so I don't want to put the whole season down to one thing. But I guess you have short-term, long-term goals. But is the expectation ultimately to get back to the final box to check would be getting back to Terre Haute?
Yeah, absolutely. That's always our main goal. So that is the goal again this year, and then to finish further up at state than we did last year. So.
Last year, for lack of a better term, was the COVID year. We seemed to be peeking our way out of the woods here a little bit. We're getting back to a little bit of normal. We're seeing people's faces and smiles a little bit again, but we're not quite over the hump. It seems like just the testament to the kids for getting through that and dealing with all of that last year, and then just to piggyback on that, just the idea of being able to go forward here and maybe ultimately be able to, put some of those concerns or issues behind you maybe as things go along.
Yeah, I mean, we always talked a lot about last year how lucky and how thankful we had to be that we even got a season. There was a lot of sports at Lake Central that I feel like every other day they were getting calls that you have kids quarantined, you can't compete this weekend or next weekend. So we just talked a lot about being cautious, making good choices, and really just following all of those guidelines that Lake Central was setting, and just being thankful that we were able to get through our season. And I think in the long run, it kind of made them tougher. I mean, it wasn't the best season. We didn't have the most. We usually do a lot of like different fun activities, like pasta parties, and they weren't able to do things like that. But I was like, in the long run, it made you guys tougher and stronger. And thankfully, this year we're allowed to do things like that. So
the camaraderie is big in any sport, but cross country, there's such a team aspect of it within just the individual nature of the sport, because you cross, of course, one at a time, but you score individually, you score as a team. So you can't understate the value of those elements of it, can you? And just the things, the building that you do in the off season. And did you go to? Did you have camp? Did you go somewhere away this year? Or what did you do in the leading into your start of your official season?
We actually do a lock-in at the high school. So we do lock-in there, and everybody just spends the night. And so it is nice because we're there from around dinner time through practice the next morning. So it's just, strictly team bonding. Cell phones are put away, and so it's a good time. And I feel like it really brings the team closer together because we have a big team, so it's hard to practice to have.
Covenant Christian's going to be rolling in behind you, and I think it's like, wow, I think Lake Central on one end of the spectrum with you're probably, I'm guessing.
We have right around 40 this year.
I was going to guess 50-ish. So
we had high 50s last year. So it's a lot. So it's hard at practice to really have everyone bond because the gap is so big from number one to the last runner. So I think camp makes a huge difference. It was hard not having it last year because we missed those moments and just the bonding. So they were excited to have it back this year. It was a lot of fun.
You can't quite quantify it, obviously, in terms of seconds and places and whatever finishes and whatnot, but the value of it, I guess, in that vein is immeasurable. Just as far as, hey, I got your back, you got mine, and so on and so forth down the line. And as I smell Beggar's Pizza in the background here, what did the moms bring in for the lock-in food wise? I'm a foodie, so I like to know that stuff.
So each grade level's in charge of something different. So they dinner before they come to us, but one grade level is always in charge of snacks. So of course there was lots of cookies. I said there should be some fruit. So some of those brought fruit. They did breakfast food, so like Dunkin' Donuts, and bagels. And
all right, you got me going now when you said donuts. Fruits and vegetables.
There's lots of options.
Will you and then your invite in the coming weeks here? It's early season here. Will you be going back to the old format from prior to last year, or it was a nice audible there last year to be able to get that in just under the circumstances, but. Going back to business as usual per 2019 with the race.
So we will go back. Last year we had certain restrictions, and we wanted fans to somewhat be able to see the race. So actually, Rhodey's the one who came up with it, finishing on the track. So that way we were able to at least give the fans something. But this year we're going back to the old course, which will be nice. And as far as I'm aware, we can have fans, and hopefully things are back to normal.
That was tough. I mean, you go to. I remember going to New Prairie. I think I'm still catching up on sleep from New Prairie last year because I think I left the house at 6 o'clock, and 6 o'clock's really early for me. But
we were there because the sun was rising. We're never here this early.
And then you were, by the same token, home relatively early because you couldn't stick around. And let's talk about that briefly as we wind down. Just the idea of having fans back, and just that crescendo, and just maybe hearing a familiar voice, a kid hearing their their dad saying you got to go, or just looking over and catching familiar eyes, and just what's just the value of having that back, just the psychological benefit of it, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's huge. I mean, there's always those kids that don't need those outside voices or anything, or people cheering, but there's some kids who really depend on that.
Yeah.
And I mean, you might be having a rough race and then you hear mom or dad or your brother or sister. And so I think it is a huge value to have fans back again and just have that extra support and have the meets loud. Your adrenaline is high because normally the crowd's really loud, especially at New Prairie. So it was very odd being at meets and it being very quiet.
It is. It was really strange, and we kind of called it unfortunately the new normal, and it became just what you had to deal with, and what you were that was the cards you were dealt for the season. And I don't want to say I got used to it, but after a while you kind of get used to, like, you're going into the gym with with basketball, it'd be like a pickup game in the summer. Across country, you're going to practice. And you're, but just then it started to come back a little bit, and it was just great to have it back. And
it makes a big difference, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be tremendous to have that back. Anything else you'd like to add as we wrap up here? Just looking forward to the season, and anxious to get going here when the first race in a couple weeks. Or?
We race on Saturday at the Crown Point Invite. So that'll be our first race, the 14th.
All right, good to know. I'm going to have to get that one scheduled. Best of luck on the season.
Thank
Congratulations
you.
with your addition. Do you know what? Do we know yet? Have we had a reveal yet?
We are not going to find out. It'll be a surprise.
That's awesome. Back in the old days, that's how we did it. So, best of luck on that.
Thank
and we'll see you soon. Best of luck to your kids as well, and look forward to the upcoming season.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks again. We have a little tag team segue going on here. I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter which one he's got on, right?
Louis, this one. Okay.
We go from one end of the population spectrum to the other.
Yeah, right, for sure.
Probably the biggest team in the area to I'm guessing the smallest team in the area. At least I know the smallest school. Is Coach Starkey from Covenant Christian, and just tell us how things are shaping up for the Knights this season, just to get started here.
We're coming along. It's an exciting season because first on the girls' side is the first time that we're going to field a girls' team.
Fantastic.
We have 5 girls that, and we're going to be fairly decent. We're looking to sectional, and that's everything that we do is look to sectional.
Sure.
And I think we're going to be competitive. And then on the boys' side, this is the biggest squad we've ever had.
Yeah.
We have 9 guys.
Great.
7 of them are seniors.
Wow.
We have a couple seniors that are really active out there and recruiting and helping us get more guys out there, and it's going to be an exciting season.
That's probably 50% of your student population there, isn't it?
Actually, I figured it out. It's a 10. It's a 10.
Yeah. We have about 100.
Right. We have 50 boys and 50 girls.
The school has is exactly 100 kids then. Huh?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
That was just random, huh? 50 and 50?
Yeah,
just worked out that way, huh?
Yeah.
How and are you at the school, or are you?
I work outside the school.
Okay. Just tell me how in that situation you build a program and develop a program. One especially when you're not in the building and don't have that opportunity to, corner a kid in the hallway or things like that. Just that eye contact between 8 o'clock and 3 o'clock.
That's something I've been wishing for a long time. That have an assistant coach be a part of the teacher or something like that, because it is difficult. I rely a lot on the kids to go ahead and recruit. I don't know. Even though there's 100 kids there, I might know half of them. Yeah. And they're all active in the fall in soccer and things like that, and volleyball. Yeah. So we have a little bit of competition there. So I work outside. Mm-hmm. I'm a carpenter by trade. And Coach Conley He works outside. He's a glazer, union glazer. So we both work outside the school corporation. So it does make recruiting a little bit difficult. But I think if you're dedicated to your craft and you show a lot of love to the kids, it transitions. They tell other kids, and you do build a program.
Yeah, and they're just how did you go about just the evolution of getting the girls started? Was it has it been in the works and just weren't able to facilitate the sufficient numbers in the year or two prior, or was it always kind of target for 2021 to get this off the ground?
Well, at Covenant, in the fall, a lot of kids go out for soccer. Yeah. It's a storied program.
Yes.
Covenant girls won a couple sectionals here in the last 2 years. They're good. They're rightfully so.
Yeah.
And then this past spring, more girls decided to come out. They had a really good, successful track program that we had, and they did really well. Yeah. And Gabby Zeilinga and Hannah Frump kind of said, I will come out. We'll do soccer both, and do soccer and lacrosse.
So they're going to double. Okay.
Yep. And if we can get 5 girls, we're going to go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
And on that end, they kept their word, and they're doing it. And then we've got 3 freshmen coming out as well. So that makes up the 5.
So you're going to walk the tightrope there, and hopefully they can. No, maybe there'll be a meet along the way here too, where there's some. Where there's a cold or I don't know, who knows, another commitment, maybe a night where they got to meet and a match too.
Yeah.
So it's only that kind of, that's going to have to go with the territory.
It makes training a little bit interesting.
Oh yeah. At least they're running, I guess. I know you'd have to tell me whether soccer cardio and cross country cardio are,
as a coach,
are compatible. But,
right. Well, it is compatible. Yeah. I'd love to set up a video camera over at soccer practice or meets or games and watch. And see. Okay, how much are they actually running? So
get the step counter on them. I need one of those. Matter of fact, not for running, but just for walking. But so that's. It's just how. You got to make do. You just make way with as best you can given the circumstances. But I'm guessing at the same time there's a lot of pride there and ownership too when you're a small band of runners there, and you can come to meets in one short bus, whereas Crown Point has to bring probably 2 full-size school buses. But you'll just touch on the pride that is, and just the name on the front of the uniform and what that means to kids to represent the school and to have a program.
I grew up in Hebron, and back I graduated in '90, and we always went up against the big schools, and we loved to compete against the big schools.
Yeah,
and I've kind of taken that onto my coaching career, and I tell you what, the kids grab a hold of that too. Yeah. They say, hey, we can compete with them.
Yeah.
They're no different than us.
Sure.
And there is a lot of pride when we come across the finish line and they're in, top 5, top 10 or whatever. Right. They have a sense of accomplishment for them. And we don't just go by placings either. Yeah. Don't let me get yourself straight there, because a lot of times we look at times and how, not just place, but their time, how they're doing.
Sure.
Are they competing? We look at how their practice schedule was hard. Are they getting better day by day on a daily basis, getting better, and make it a competition against themselves first and foremost.
All right. That's the, I've grown to learn that over time, and had kids of my own who were in individual sports and, team sports, and just in the sense that when you talk about track, swimming, cross country, wrestling, trying to think what else, golf, tennis, but things like that where you compete individually and you compete as a team. But when you have that watch involved, and I always used to call it a stopwatch. I don't know if stopwatches even exist.
We still have them, right?
Anymore, the old things where it just had a hand on it where it went around. Now I'm sure it's all digital. But,
it is.
But just the idea, you're competing against yourself, and you measure your success based on what you did the last practice or last meet or your last time you ran against so and so. So yeah, I mean heck, you got one winner in a given race, but the measure of success isn't necessarily as you alluded to when where you cross the finish line so much as when. If you PR by two minutes and finish wherever. So
right.
yeah, that's
sure.
that's the one of the inherent beauties of the sport, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure. One other thing I wanted to touch on, the big schools have a lot bigger talent pool that they can pull from.
Right.
But as a small school, you get to develop your athletes a little bit more personal relationship with them.
Yeah.
One-on-one athletic development is a huge thing.
Yeah.
And that's something Conley and I have really grabbed a hold of. And the kids flourish in a program like that, where you can give them individual one-on-one attention.
Coach-to-athlete ratio, so essentially is just about 2-to-1, 3-to-1 when you consider that there's the two of you and between the two teams, how many kids?
We're going to, between the two teams, we're going to have about 14 kids.
Okay. So just about. I mean, heck, you're never too far removed from talking to an individual athlete there.
Right.
So there's the other side of it. Eric Forehand sitting over here. Yeah, got a little different problem to deal with than you. But by the same token, there's the advantages and disadvantages. But and I've taught coaches over the years or athletes say, hey, we should class this sport and divide it that way, or do you just like it the way it is? You're all the same when you line up on race day, and hey, we'll don't worry about the team scores. It doesn't matter necessarily where you came from in terms of how you perform. Ultimately, a kid from Silver Creek used to be is a pretty big school now, but back in the day, shoot, showing how old I am, going back into the 90s with Portage, and just Silver Creek was a small school at the time.
Okay.
And just the idea of they could compete with a Ben Davis and a Portage and things like that. So how much of that is what do you think about that? Is you just kind of like carrying that small school banner?
Yeah, we'll carry that banner for sure. We're not going to stop doing that. But in the same sense, when they call it a team sport and they give out a team trophy, we look at it as, and you look at the top 10 schools typically with that finish at state. Yeah. There's a lot more. The bigger schools have the 4th, 5th, and 6th runners, 7th runner up to the. A lot of those guys wouldn't be at state if it wasn't for a team aspect.
Oh, right.
So for us to get a couple guys in the previous, Carson Baker and Kohler Peterson down to state is a huge accomplishment for a school of 50 boys, and 50 girls. So would I like to see class personally? I've changed my mind on that, and I would. I definitely would. Yeah. Because it would give up more opportunities for the small school kids throughout the state of Indiana. Yeah. Would I love to compete with the big schools? Right. Heck yeah. Right. Let's lace them up and go on race day and sort it out at the end. Right. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you don't see it coming down the pike, but just to just to wrap up, talk a little bit, just maybe overall expectations. And the reason here is to mention the kids. So let's put a few other names out there.
Like Jonah Ingram and Nathan Bennett. A couple seniors there that were on the team last year that we're looking for big things from them. Jonah Ingram finished. He went to semi-state qualifier last year, so we're looking for big things.
Oh, good.
Can make that next step. Nathan Bennett. He was looking really good last year. Had a couple little injury problems that he had to deal with. So we're hoping he can continue to develop and come through. Okay. Devin Hoffman, he's a 4-year runner for us, also a senior. Looking for him to make that jump, and you never know by sectional time.
Sure.
Everybody's pulling, a little 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there. Right. Maybe make some noise over at Rensselaer Sectional.
And when do you open up?
August 17th over at KV.
Middle, is that the Hokum Karam?
Yeah. They think they changed it last
year.
Was it
a regular invitation?
You know what? I would have to check.
I have to look it up.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Well, anyways, I think they call it, and we got Lane Llewellyn sitting right over there. He could tell me right now. It's called cake. Yeah, it's just a regular meat this year. They used to be a Hokum Karam, but no. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us, Jim. I appreciate it.
Congratulations on getting started with the girls. All the best this season. Stay healthy and run fast. We'll be looking forward to seeing you along the way.
All right. Great. All right. Thank you, Jim.
My pleasure. That was Coach Starkey from Covenant Christian. We're going to be rolling in with Coach Forehand from Crown Point here shortly. We are ready. Yeah, the voice hasn't gone quite too badly yet. I might need a little honey lemon in the water. So. Were we ready to? Hey, Louie, were we ready to go? Okay, all right. We are back with Crown Point as we continue along with the Northwest Indiana cross country preview for the 21-21 season here at Beggar's Pizza in Crown Point. I'm smelling it in the background. I'm assuming a plate will be rolling my way before the evening ends here. I'm not a runner. I'm a rider, so I like to eat. So, but anyway, thanks again for Louis Guillen of Wheeler for putting this together. With I got to peek back to look at the name of Louis' organization there. Tempo Run Timing and Events for getting this together, and for the coaches for coming out. Eric Forehand of Crown Point, thank you for being here. Let's let you introduce the young gentleman to my left and your right here before we get started.
Absolutely, yeah, and thank you for your time as well, coming out here and covering cross country in the area. We greatly appreciate it. Yeah. This is Will Avis. Will Avis is one of our seniors, and he's also one of our captains this year. Okay. He's just done a phenomenal job over the last 4 years of doing everything that we want Crown Point to be about, which is come in, work hard, be very disciplined in the classroom, very disciplined on the cross-country course, and just be a great person in general.
Tremendous first season for you, finishing, as I look at my crib notes over there, 12th at state, the top finish in the area among the boys, if I'm not mistaken. So I was going to see if you looked at me wrong there to make sure my info was right.
That's accurate.
Bulldogs led the way for Northwest Indiana on the boys' side last year. Senior group up front there. Just talk again about what that trio meant to you last year in terms of their leadership on and off the course, and how you're going to move forward from them.
Yeah, I think they set the example for the rest of our team. Yeah. When I took over, just as far as how we want to do things, just very great leadership, top to bottom. Yeah. Did a great job of helping out with controlling the tone of practice, the attitude at practice, and just great students in the classroom as well. We'll miss those guys, but we have a tremendous group back this year that we're excited to work with.
Quentin Bach, Anthony Saberniak, and Cole Simmons.
Cole Simmons,
okay.
Yeah.
My memory's not too bad. Okay, so just who's going to be stepping up, and just the kind of the dynamic of the team this year. Balance. Your main guy up front remains to be seen. Larger depth pool. What do you see just here? Just essentially based on summer workouts and not having been put it to the test yet against competition, obviously.
Yeah. Weston Hewlin had a great track season for us. He was in the low 17s last year, and then once he got to track, he ended up cracking 950 for us. I think he hit 946 if I remember in the 3200. He's just done a great job over the summer of training. Cameron Zimmerman's also looking really good. And after that, we just got a great group of guys that have been working really hard. And what I really like about this team this year is it's guys that came in their freshman year and have just been working their tail off for the last 3 years to get to where they are now. And now they're finally, right now at least, it's looking like they're in a position for us where they could be a scorer on the team.
Okay. What's your expectations of this young fella? Where does he fit into your mix here?
Yeah, I think Will Levis is going to have probably his best season of the year. Just he's continued to improve since his freshman year. He just keeps getting better and better. And again, he's just one of those kids that we talk about. We have the standards that we set for our team.
Yeah.
And how much can you meet those standards and how much can you exceed those standards? Sure. And he's one of those guys that just goes above and beyond.
Yeah.
Never worry about him getting sleep. Never worry about his diet. Never worry about him and the way that he might treat other people and what he does in the classroom. He's just like a pure example of what we want Crown Point to be all about.
Coach is embarrassing you, isn't he?
Thanks, I appreciate it.
That's right. Yeah, you look like a runner, I'll tell you that. But just tell me what this season means to you. You get to your senior year, and there's an urgency about it. It'll be the last camp you go to, the last Crown Point invite, the last. Hopefully, you're going to get to have team pasta dinners this year. So you'll have every one of those things will be the last for you. And just what's it mean to you going into this? And this is your year to grasp that and to leave an impact, to leave a figurative footprint on the program that's clearly one of the best in the state, and not just the region. What's this opportunity mean to you, and what are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm just looking forward to, first of all, just having more of a regular season as of like last year with COVID and stuff. It's nice to finally be able to have these pop dinners.
Yeah.
And we had team camp. And team camp didn't go as planned this year, but it was a good experience.
Okay.
And
what happened to team camp? Was that something we can get into?
Some inclement weather caused us to have to end early. But
Mother Nature did not cooperate then, huh?
Yeah, but we had a lot of good team bonding moments there, a lot of good running, good workouts, everything like that.
Okay. Where did you guys go?
We went to Fort Custer in Michigan.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that one. How far was that at?
It's about just a little over 2 hours, just east of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Okay. Is that a long time Coach Idding's haunt, or is that one you?
This is actually it is one that he discovered a few years ago.
Yeah.
And we went there, and it's great. There's got to be around 50 miles of trails, I think.
Yeah.
So you never really run the same route.
Yeah.
A lot of them are mountain biking trails, but it makes the run interesting each time. Yeah, but this year we didn't want to take the risk of a storm that was coming through that looked like it was going to be potentially very bad. Okay. Since we're using tents, so we're sleeping there in tents, and I'm just picturing tents getting blown away and kids getting blown away, which wouldn't be good. So
you guys just didn't? Did you guys just scrap it, or you
no?
There and the weather just?
Yeah, we were there for 3 days.
Oh, okay.
We were going to go for 5, so we got a lot of what we wanted to do in.
Good.
And then we just came back and kind of finished some of the stuff that we didn't get to.
It's fun to get that stuff back, I bet, isn't it? Just,
yeah.
You can be close. You can see each other's faces. Last year we just got used to this. Seeing somebody from the. Basically from the bridge of your nose up. You didn't see whether somebody was smiling or whether how somebody felt once that mask went back on, and to be able to do the stuff afterwards and before, during, after, just all that. You just obvious question, but just how glad are you just to be able to have a normal senior season. We're not quite out of the woods yet here with protocols and things, but the needle's bumping in that direction. So you just looking forward to just doing what kind of being back to the way it was when you were a sophomore.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously, I think just everyone's motivation has been higher than last year. Just with over the COVID, having to train alone for all those months, it was really difficult. And I think
just having fans back.
Yeah, just having fans, being able to have all the camaraderie and everything like that, and I think our training has been really good this summer as a whole. just being able to be with each other and getting through those hard workouts. It's just so much better when you have your teammate right next to you.
For sure.
And
it's such a tight-knit sport.
Yeah.
And the idea is proximity. They want you to be closer together. And then last year it was like, okay, coach, you want us to run close, but then afterwards we can't be close. We're all having to disperse back to your tent, back to your camp. So,
yes.
But in all that, and joking aside, that was for safety and health protocols and whatnot. So you just had to deal with those things. So just glad to get back to a relative sense of normal here, right?
Yeah.
Are you just elaborate a little bit on some other kids who are maybe going to be in the mix, and if it's a whole bunch of them, just rattle through some names and let the folks know who might be out there, other than the top couple three that are going to be leading the way for you.
You put me on the spot. We have a lot of kids that are really packed up right now.
Go ahead and name 20 if you don't want to leave anybody out, that's okay. So
I'd be leaving a lot of guys out if I did that.
Yeah. That's just the nature of how your team's going to be this year. Then.
Right. Yeah.
A couple three known commodities, and then just a lot of new names and faces after that. That again, like Morgan was saying right off the top, put them in a. You put the dice in the cup and then roll them out, and it could be. A different group, one race to the next.
I mean, I anticipate our top 7 being different week to week. Top 10 being different week to week. Top 12 being different week to week.
Good, bad. Is that ideal, or is that different years, different teams? It doesn't always work the same way. It just.
I think it creates some friendly competition within our team, and hopefully that motivates the boys to. Stay on top of things, and
I guess ultimately watch doesn't lie, right? As far as the subjectivity, objectivity of, of the top 7, 12 on a given race day. So I mean, you'll earn your big paycheck there a little more this year, I guess. As far as who might get in the right 7 on a given day, is so and so had a good warm up, had a bad warm up. So there's decisions you'll have to make as a coach this year that aren't necessarily just going down a list and looking at 7 names and seeing 7 times and cutting them loose and saying, hey guys, go get them.
Right. Yeah. Totally.
Are you and just from the standpoint of getting fans back? I remember coming out to Lemon Lake last year and just seeing the masks on the start lines and people having to stay back, and just how after a while that became kind of it was normal for last year, and then I didn't realize how much I missed it until later in the basketball season and into the spring when fans came back, and just what that'll mean both to just the I guess for lack of a better word, the health of the sport, just your moms, dads, grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, all being able to come back and see their family members out there competing in a sport where the mental side of it is so big, and that that push of seeing some familiar eyes or familiar voice can help you get over that that hill, whether figurative or literal.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we did have fans last year. We did have spectators, but there were parameters set in place to keep them distance. From that perspective, just depending on the location of the course that we're at and what restrictions they might still want to implement, fans maybe do have the opportunity to get a little bit more close to the race and interact for better or worse, as long as they're not interfering with the race.
Right. I just remember going over to New Prairie last year and just how it just seemed like a training workout where you just had 1,000 people rotating in over the course of 8-9 hours, and you just not being able to see stuff over like you would normally. So I guess just how your kids got through that, and just again being able to go back to kind of back to the good old days here. What are you looking forward to in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, we've already really enjoyed our summer together as a team. That was one thing that we missed out on a lot last year, is waking up and getting on Zoom on a day-to-day basis and seeing the boys in their robes and eating their oatmeal and stuff like that. Now it's we're there in person, and we're we met just about as much as you could this summer.
Sure.
We had 36 opportunities and 36 days of summer conditioning, and the attendance was great for us this season, and we're looking forward to seeing how it pays off this year.
Technology's great, but man, you just can't quite simulate the interaction, the being in proximity to somebody, and just
exactly.
tone of a voice, or maybe somebody was saying something on a Zoom meeting, you didn't quite get the intent or whatever. So, I guess ultimately expectations get back to Terre Haute and let her rip. Goals are short term, long term, but a big picture is that without saying one race at a time, tell me what the is that ultimately what the end goal is? Get back to Terre Haute and see how you guys can do again?
I think the team has that on their mind, that we've been there 8 seasons in a row.
Nice.
We have one of the longest streaks in the state, I think.
Yeah.
And we definitely want to get back there. We recognize actions speak louder than words, though. So if we're going to get there, then we have to take care of the small things that some may not think are the big things. Not the big workout, but taking care of yourself outside of practice. The 22 hours that you're away from your team are more important than the 2 hours that you're going to be with your team. So if we can tend to those things, we've got just under 11 weeks until semi-state. Which is plenty of time to work with and plenty of time to learn where we need to go, where we're at now. We hope to be in a good position, but there's an awful lot of respect for the local teams in the area as well. And we know competition is going to be very difficult, and there's great coaching in the area. So we're going to do the best that we can with what we have, and we obviously can't control any of the other teams and what they do. So success to us is going to be, okay, did we do the best that we could this season with what we had?
Sure.
And we'll go from there. See where that puts us.
Pizza, pasta, or salad? Rank them.
Probably salad last.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I do like pizza, but pasta's got to be the best.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a carbo.
There's so many different varieties.
That's a carbo load, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're allowed to do that on a Thursday or Friday in advance of a big race, right?
Yeah.
I just eat it, and I don't do the exercise part of it. I just do the eating part of it. So I was curious. Yeah, you're a thin guy. You are allowed to have a slice every now and then. It's not that Spartan where you're not allowed to have a little food as long as you're going and burning it off. Then, right?
Yeah.
All right. Wish you well on your senior.
Thank you.
I almost said Caesar. I was thinking salad. Senior season. And Coach, always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
I appreciate your support. You've been great. Since
hey, we love your writing.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the support helps keep it going, and continued success to you. You've got to carry on with a great program there at Crown Point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And best of luck on maintaining that success this year.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Good to have you guys.
Good to see you.
We'll see you Saturday, I think.
Yep.
Okay. Jeff Rohde from Lake Central will be rolling in here as we continue the 2021 Northwest Indiana High School Cross Country season preview. Either one is fine. And brought to you by Tempo Run. I'm going to get that name right without having to cheat and look up there. Tempo Run Timing and Events. Again, thank you to Beggar's Pizza for putting this together. I'm hoping I get a slice before I.
There's plenty up there. You'll be fine.
I'm smelling the heck out of it, and I'm like, getting a little bit of a hungry on. So, but kudos to Louie and Scott Coyle for putting this together on short notice. So he threw out the idea to me. I had said, yeah, sure, why not? And I thought I might be here for an hour or 3 or 4 feet.
Turned out great, didn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. And then that's just a testament to the cross country community. It's
well, we appreciate it. We appreciate a little bit of exposure.
Oh yeah,
like that, so.
Yeah. You guys work and toil largely in anonymity, and especially last year, real anonymity last year.
Yes.
So
strange year.
I guess from that aspect of it, and you work it year round. You go from coach to official and back to coach, and just. The challenge that was, and just you're glad to see it ticking back toward normal.
I am, and I'm hopeful that we get back to the normalcy that we used to enjoy.
Yeah, it was tough. I remember coming out to your invite and just the how you had to change the dynamic of that last year.
You had to change the course on the Monday before, and, just to allow spectators, which we really wanted. So we were willing to do it, but it'll be nice to be able, some invites last year.
Yeah.
They limited how many we could bring.
Right.
We're going to have only a varsity race. We're
Right.
only going to let you bring 10 runners or something like that. So,
and for a school like yourself, who you got a bunch of kids,
we got 51 on the roster this year.
Oh
so
man,
it's we're looking forward to getting to have those kids run every race.
Yeah, the JV reserve kids really kind of took a hit last season.
Yeah, we had some runners only ran 3 or 4 races last year. And that doesn't reward them for all the hard work.
Yeah, because a kid, to a great extent, kids work. Sure. They all work hard, and some kids have a 16-minute ceiling, and some kids have a
larger ceiling.
20, in the 20s, or if that was me out there, it would be in the 30s, 40s, or
maybe timing me with a calendar. So
I was
I
going to say
understand.
they'd be sending the Jeep out, finding the
the sag wagon,
the 105. There you go. That'd be not that bad Twitter handle.
There you go, sag wagon.
I might pop sag wagon for cross country this year because they'd be rolling out on the Agony Hill, scraping old JP off the mud.
You wouldn't be the only one, though.
Bringing them in there, and I'd see you up in the distance. So you'd be 143, I'd be 144.
Yeah, exactly.
Congrats on the season last year.
Thank you.
And just always the goal to get down to Laverne Gibson. And
always.
How's it? How's that shaping up? You had a lot of gray beards there, so to speak, last year. How you going to fill those voids?
Well, and it's going to be tough to fill those voids. We had some really good guys, and we've got 3 or 4 guys running in college at different levels, and it's hard to replace. You don't replace those guys.
Yeah.
But our theme this year is going to be to get some of those kids that have never run varsity, and most of those guys have never run varsity, to get them to step up and take leadership roles and learn what it means to be a varsity runner.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a process for us.
All right, I was going to say that. That doesn't happen in one meet.
No.
So your ceiling's probably pretty high in terms of what they can do progressing from day one to the final meet of the season.
Yes.
But at the same time, maybe they aren't starting out at the same point as your group did last year.
Right. With last year's group, we had some expectations. We didn't lose anybody from the previous year.
Yeah.
This year we're retooling a little bit.
Yeah.
We got a different dynamic on the team, and we're just going to have to, learn every race we go out.
Sure. So pretty wide open then, just in terms of everybody can come in and say, of course everyone wants to get to Terre Haute. Some years that's realistic, some years it's not. But things are very open-ended for you this year.
And I think after the first couple of teams, gosh dang, this thing is wide open.
That's what I was thinking. I was looking at it last night and just trying to crunch a few numbers and see who's got this and who doesn't have this and that sort of thing. And it seemed like, I think you're, Eric had the top team last year and graduated his top 3. Valpo didn't make it to state, but had most of their guys back.
They're all back, yeah.
And Chesterton Chesterton has some kids back and, lost some front guys. You guys were there, you lost a lot. And then just, so on and so forth, down the line with teams that have an individual front runner and teams that got experience back that maybe were a little off the radars. So you just, like you said, the cliche is, one day at a time, one meet at a time, but literally in your case, we're
going to learn with every meet.
Yeah. You're going to be writing things in pencil and dry erase, I assume.
Absolutely.
Because you won't be able to just permanent marker in that same 7 every time in and time out.
And that's a good problem to have. I think it breeds some competition within the team.
Yeah.
It makes everybody a little bit better. I have a friend that say iron sharpens iron.
Sure.
And so that's, I think that we're going to see that a lot with our group.
Yeah, when you have 50 kids, so it's not like you just have 7 and we got to trot out the same guy. If you got 7 slow skis out there, you got to trot the same ones out every time. So kid has a bad day, then, maybe he gets, you move up those kids from the JV or reserve. A lot of kids are going to get some chances.
They are going to get some chances. And that's one of the neat things about having that many kids and not really having a set lineup. We can have good races, bad races.
Yeah.
But we're going to be able to see, that those kids are going to get a chance.
Yeah. anybody etched in stone at all, or would that be?
Well, I think our
7 going to be totally wide open?
You know, we bring back a young man named Vince Vanderveen, who's a senior, and he'll be our number 1 runner probably.
Yeah.
He has been in all the workouts, and I would expect him to be. He's the one that we're going to look to for a low stick.
Yeah.
You know, and he's got goals, and I think they're realistic and they're good goals.
Yeah.
Behind him, we've got, you know, a couple of other seniors, and a junior, and a sophomore and stuff. But so, you know, that's going to kind of be a back and forth. And last year we said, well, we got 5 or 6 guys that on any given day they could be their number 1.
Right.
Well, I think now we've got our number 1. I think on any given day we could be 2 through 7. So 2 through 10, really.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, who you take on the trip on a given day will change. Let alone the 7 you put out there, or heck, who knows? You might have a revelation on a bus ride over, and change your 6 or 7. From the time you pull out of St. John to the time you arrive in,
and that has happened
wherever. So, all right, yeah.
You know,
and I'm guessing it's worked out every single time.
Oh, every time it always works.
Sure.
You know, exactly like we wanted
exactly
it to.
Exactly what I thought. Just like you never missed a charge block call,
never miss a block charge. Ask all the coaches.
There you go, folks. Yeah, he's 100% spot on every single time.
Yeah.
But yeah, are you just again going back to the idea of the getting back to the 2019 normal here, and again the tip of the hat to the kids for going through all that last year.
Absolutely.
And following all that extra stuff you had to
and there was a lot of things those kids had to do extra, and I'm real proud of them. I'm real proud of all the guys in the region. They you know, we went down to the state finals. You know, we had 7 teams go down there, or 6 teams go down there, and you know, we didn't maybe finish as high as we all wanted to. I thought we could, but you know what? There was a lot of things going on that those kids had to deal with, and the parents had to deal with, and I'm real proud of all those kids.
Psychological sport, so much, so much in here and in here, as well as the physical part of it, and just so many more things they had to deal with last year. And then
it was tough.
You take that baggage to the start line, and it's like, you know,
do I wear my mask on my arm? Do I get rid of it? Do I wear, you know, and every coach had to deal with it, and you know, a lot of my friends are coaches, and we talked a lot. We, you know, how are you going to do this? How are you going to do that? You know, we got through it the best we could, and so did the kids. And I'm real proud of them for doing that.
You learn, you learn as you go, and you deal with it, and you find out you
make mistakes. You go, that's not going to work.
All right, you have no choice. You know, trial and error. Just like it'll be nice to have back to the here's hoping, just be able to return to the old problems, right?
Yeah, so, the old problems. How do we beat Valpo?
Right, exactly. Right. Do we bring the reindeer today?
Right. Do how many sides do we bring to the tent?
Right.
You know?
Exactly. Did you guys go to camp?
We didn't. We don't go to camp.
Okay.
But we had a real good summer of training.
Yeah.
You know, the weather really helped us out.
Sure did. Yeah.
For the last couple of weeks. But,
right.
But gosh, it was a real good summer of training. And I guess if you compare it to the summer before, we didn't even get to talk to our kids until July 6th.
Right.
And so, you know, just that extra couple of weeks really helped us. You know, when I got to my team on July 6th, I'm talking about 2020, they weren't the same kids.
Yeah.
And we hadn't seen them since March 13th.
Yeah.
And
it's crazy.
They just weren't the same. Psychologically.
Yeah.
And everything's a lot more relaxed. We're able to do things we used to do.
Yeah. Nice, isn't it?
It is.
Hopefully
it's
we keep tipping the
I hope so.
the meters in that direction. So,
I hope so.
Did Louis give us a high sign while you has he been by with the
no, we're
okay,
good.
We're good. We can keep talking then. Okay. What else is going on? So it just have you just noticed that even here in the preseason then just the vibe that's there and not having to
I think everybody's a lot more
around.
And everybody's a lot more relaxed, and even the coaches are a lot more relaxed this year. We don't have to worry about every kid. Every kid, do you have this symptom today? You know, I have to ask you these 6 questions and stuff. So I think it's better for the kids.
Yeah.
And I'm, we're a young team, and I'm looking forward to that. Just kind of being, we had seniors last year who could kind of handle the adversity.
Right. If you were going to have a year with that, it was obviously you don't want it, but if you're gonna have it, you want a veteran group.
I want a veteran group, and they were able to handle it a little bit better. With this younger group that I've got, and I've got 23 sophomores on the team.
Goodness.
And it's good to have them just be more relaxed. And, after last year's trials and tribulations, this year seems easier, not in
Right.
the training sense, but just in the
Right.
everything else.
Yeah, the usual cross-country stuff, right? You just deal with that again.
Yeah,
so.
it's nice to just deal with cross-country stuff.
23 sophomores.
23
That's a lot of
so,
kids. So.
We're hoping to get a few good ones out of that.
Well, right,
bunch,
yeah.
And
Yeah, the odds are probably in your favor. There's one or two in there that'll.
What's the Chuck Keppen theory is for every 7 runners you get a good one, and for every 7 good ones you get a great one, and that's why he had 200 kids in the team. Every year, but,
exactly right. But the odds favor you. I credit to Coach Starkey at Covenant Christian. We were joking about that, and he said something to the effect that like Lake Central, Crown Point, those schools like that have more runners on their team than we have students in our school.
That
so
happens,
it's a
but
nice problem to have.
It is at times, and hats off to him because I love going down there to referee. That's such a great little school.
Yeah.
It is a neat little school, and good for him for having the success he's had the last few years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's the beauty of the sport. Yeah, you can a kid can go up there and doesn't matter what school they're from. Certainly on an individual basis, you're probably not going to see those schools come in there too often and pull an upset. You just see how tough it is for like a. I guess just for an example, Morgan Township is usually one of the better small schools around. How tough it is to crack that semi-state, crack through that wall there, so to speak.
6,
but an individual kid, hey.
And I think you're going to see a lot of individuals up front. Yeah. I mean, the Hoffman kid from Kankakee Valley. Yeah. I think he's outstanding. Yeah. And you're going to see. I think you're going to see a lot more individuals in the top 10 at the semi-state this year than you have on other years. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it seems to be a relatively wide open year. It doesn't seem to be just that, definitive. The usual suspects more at the top. Or less, yeah. And then you don't. Some are back, some are gone. So nice to see. It'll make it fun week in and week out. Yeah, I think the Indiana Runner did a little preview there to their top 50, and it's always interesting to see who they have ranked where, and INCCstats.com, and I'm not giving a plug to them. I'm just saying that's okay. They do tremendous work, and I cheat off them all the time. So I have no qualms in saying that. So that's it's always interesting to see what they think is going to happen based upon their algorithm. Well, hey, it's bulletin board material. Absolutely. So be it. Let's go. On the top 50. All right, let's see what we got, boys. They don't think we're going to be any good. Let's go. Right. So. They rank this team in front of us. Do you really think they can beat us? Yeah. So it's always good to. It's fun for what you use it for. Yeah, absolutely. So. Great seeing you. Great seeing you too. Appreciate you coming out. Thanks for coming out. And we'll see you at Lemon Lake. I hope so. All right. Yeah. Likewise. Yeah. Thanks, Jim. Take care. I appreciate it. Best of luck to you and your kids. Rolling along here with the 2021 Indiana High School Cross Country Preview Show from Beggar's Pizza in Crown Point, brought to you by Temple Run Timing and Events. I almost got the whole thing in that time without looking back at my cheat sheet. So another cross-country legend rolling in here, getting his headset on. Lane Llewellyn from Kankakee Valley. How are you, Coach?
How are you, Jim? Great to see you, buddy.
Great to see you. One of my longtime advocates. I really always appreciate you plugging along for me. So.
Well, wish you were closer, but this is nice to see you here.
Yeah, me too sometimes. So tell me who this young lady that came along with you tonight and who she is and what she's going to bring to the team this season.
This is my senior captain, Em Wilson. She's been stuck with me since
there you go.
6th grade PE.
Wow.
And
congratulations to you.
She brings a lot. She's a terrific leader in cross and track, and she's a gamer. She's fought through a bunch of injuries, but when the big meets come around, she's going to run her best. So she's awesome, and glad to have her around one more year.
Just tell me, just give me a little thumbnail on how things are how you hope they shape up this year. Who's back? Who you have to replace, and maybe what some of the boxes are that you're looking to check this season.
I've got a cheat sheet here on my phone.
Yeah, I got a little bit of one too. So,
but I probably won't need it as obnoxious as I am.
That's all right. Have a great memory, right?
Well, usually. So we'll see.
As we get older, though, yeah.
we lose Hallie Frieden.
Yeah.
And Hallie's going to run track and cross at Manchester, so we wish her well. She added a lot to the team. And then, of course, we return Em. She's been a multiple all-conference selection. Our number one runner comes back, Emma Bell. And just a sophomore, Scooter's had just a historic year.
Scooter, you're calling.
That's her nickname.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to throw that one out at next time.
Yeah, got a lot of play in track, too. But
Scooter.
I like nicknames.
Okay. You got one, or is it just Em? Okay. Nothing embarrassing that coach can call you.
Well, her mom's here. She might have something more embarrassing, but she was all conference first team, second behind somebody you might have heard of, Karina James from Lowell.
Lowell kid?
And she's pretty good.
She's okay.
She's a terrific kid too, just a great athlete.
She fills up a recorder, and I love that.
yeah, she's awesome. And then Emma ran great, also at sectional and regional and semi-state, where she ran a PR 1934.8. So she was also all-state honorable mention. And then her buddy and bestie, classmate Audrey Campbell returns. Was also all conference honorable mention. So we should be decent, and health is always a concern.
Sure.
With just 9 girls, but we stay healthy. I'm looking for a good year.
Do you have soccer cross-country combos?
Actually, Scooter and Audrey both play both.
Oh, wow.
It works out pretty well, and I think this year will be even more.
It's tough.
It'll be even smoother because we've been through it a year.
Sure.
And so Coach Adams, who trains both of our genders and does a great job, and he and I sat down with Coach Gray, our AD, and the soccer coach, and set up a schedule. So after 1 week, it's gone pretty well. But once games and races start, that'll make it more busy for them. But we'll make it work.
Yeah. Jordan Chester a few years ago did okay with
another one of my favorites. Yes, she did.
I was going to say, man, oh man. But it's when they're doing it, it's like, we're in such an age of specialization. It's like, hey, if that's what a kid wants to do and wants to, take a big deep gulp from a high school experience, and if that means doing 4 sports in a 3-season span, then hey, who are we to say? And it worked out for her well too. I mean, look at how she progressed from there, going to Grand Valley and now doing marathons and so forth. So
she would jump in the car after her cross meets and go to her soccer matches. But what people may not remember, she was also a star basketball player, of course. Phenomenal in track too.
Yeah.
So since you brought it up, I'll just take a few seconds to jump on my soapbox here. Is that I am a gigantic advocate for multiple sport athletes. I was blessed to play 3 in high school and 2 in college myself. And I strongly encourage my girls too, and most of them do.
Did you know that about Coach, that he was a 2-sport college athlete?
Yeah.
Does he say that all the time? Or?
I don't think I do. I'll try not to.
Talk a little bit about your hopes for your senior season. It's a big year for any student athlete, and everything will be the last time you do this, the last time you do that. And how excited are you about it? And just what are your hopes and expectations for your 12th grade year?
Well, I'm trying to go for, mostly this year I'm going for time instead of place mostly.
Sure.
And I'm trying to get into the 21s and stay in the 21s without upsetting my injuries and but
sounds like you've been you've dealt with the trials and tribulations that go with cross country, as far as the aches and pains and so forth. And what's kept you coming back? And are you feel a lot of satisfaction in getting to your 12th grade year and having stuck with it, and now hope to reap some of those rewards of that commitment that you've made to a sport that's had thrown some obstacles up in your path along the way, but has also probably made you a better person.
Yeah, I've honestly gone out for the people.
Yeah.
Because it's we're all a family, and like instead of like other sports are like
Sure.
just one and the other, and it's just
There's a great dynamic to it, even
Yeah.
though it's an individual sport within the context of a team sport.
Yeah.
And in that vein, you lost some of that last year. You probably didn't get to have your pasta parties and
Yeah.
your team camps, and you didn't get to see people smiling. You didn't get to see as many, if at all, in some cases, people cheering, families yelling for you, shouting your name at the mile mark, or telling you, hey, you got to go, you got to pick it up. And just how much did you miss all that, and just how hyped are you to be getting, it looks like, most if not all of that back this year?
I've honestly missed it a lot because it's just like you can only have a certain amount of people there.
Sure.
So like you're only supposed to stay in a spot. Like
Right.
my mom usually stayed in one spot, and it
Yeah.
wasn't like
Yeah.
it was just that one spot that I can like go from. But like
Sure.
when she like this year, since she's gonna be all over,
Yeah.
so it's just gonna like pump me up and just like,
Yeah. It's great. It's great to have it back, right?
Yeah.
You get to see people smiling. You get to. You would have to get to know people from their the edge of their nose up. And as you get old, the vision's not as good. I look at. I don't know how many people I snubbed last year. I hope I didn't ever walk by you and not.
You never did,
not say hi based on whether I could recognize your eyes or not. So. I mean, that was a dead giveaway if I didn't have a hat on, so I was doing okay there. But like if you had glasses or the hat on, it's like, boy, I hope I get something. Hey, so and so, that Peters guy didn't just walked right by me at the meet the other day and didn't say hi. But
That's all good.
yeah, how are you set up for kids who maybe are gonna have to step into bigger roles for you this year to get some of those goals accomplished that you have?
Well, I also want to mention Liv Shehai. She's back, and she was, as you know, our number 5 last year, and that was important. We been third at regional, third at sectional, to get to regional as a team 4 years in a row. Last sectional, Tylen Cross was 2016, so Livy was important there. But we have a real strong freshman. Addison Johnson has looked really good.
Okay.
Natalie Walker's looked strong.
Yeah.
Addie is going to make a lot of noise. She's looked very, very good this summer. So we're counting on her. And one of Emily's buddies, a senior who joined us from soccer, she's just going to run cross, Juliana Barlog.
Okay.
We're expecting big things from Juliana, too.
How'd you pull her into the ranks?
Well, she's had too many concussions. So it's like,
oh gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Cross country's a little safer. Okay. Not quite as much contact.
Well, and that's nothing against soccer.
Absolutely,
These were just, I used to coach soccer myself, but they were just, they were unfortunate situations. And she decided, we didn't pressure at all, but when she made the decision, we're glad to have her.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you said you have 9, right? So
we have 9 total.
Yeah, so you're gonna, have to make sure everybody's, getting their sleep and eating right, and dressing correctly, and zipping up those coats when it gets when it eventually gets cold here down the road.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, not like today or anything like that.
Right.
So did you do anything this summer, team wise? Do you guys have camp, or do you? Or what's the summer been like as far as preparation goes? Either just team stuff or what you did on your own.
Well, because we went from like the whole of summer, we only ran like 2 times a week, and so we started going 5 days a week.
Yeah.
But since I just because I can't run by myself because I can't really push myself when I run.
Yeah. So that team dynamic's really important to you then.
Yeah. So I had to run with 1 or 2 people on my own.
Yeah.
But it's
not too bad. You're just able to get your miles in and just building up to where you're getting ready to go here in the coming days and weeks. So because summer hasn't been too bad from a weather standpoint.
Not too bad at all. And we were at the dunes on Thursday, which, like you mentioned earlier, we weren't able to do that when the COVID shut the world down. So that was nice to get back up there, and that's a good team bonding day too.
Are you is this kind of open-ended in terms of how you see expectations for your group this year, or what's the ceiling for you, and what's the how far you think is that pretty open-ended question? Just a lot of moving parts at this point.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of putting any undue expectations on our kids, but from the same token, we're expecting them to do their best. And if they do that, that's all we would ask.
Yeah.
I think we can make noise at conference and at sectional and look to place a little higher than last year even, because I think our depth is a little bit better.
Yeah.
And again, just pray for health, and I think we're talented enough to do pretty well.
Okay. I asked the Crown Point boy the same question when he was here earlier, and I'm going to have you rank pizza, pasta, and salad in terms of your preference. Tough one, huh? That's really easy for me. Or is it all 1A, 1A, 1A? Or you like them all equally?
It would probably go salad,
Okay.
then pasta, and then pizza.
Okay, a dedicated runner committed to her diet as well as to running there, huh? Okay. Now, do you cheat on your salad at all, or is it just all greens and light dressing, or do you like to throw some stuff in there? Or?
Just throw some random stuff.
Okay, all right. You're not like talking like pepperoni or anything like. Okay, you just other vegetables. Okay, these kids, I applaud them. It's such a there's such a discipline to this sport, and it's requires a lot of vigilance. I mean, you can't if you're just committed to it the 2 hours a day you're at practice, then hey, if you're going home and you're staying up and all hours of the night, and then eating like if you got a sports writer's diet, then you're not going to do very well on Saturday. So I applaud the ones who finish first, and I applaud the ones who finish 201st. If there's 201 runners in a race, finishing those races is an accomplishment in itself. And after you watch the Olympic marathons, it's like man, oh man. Then you multiply that. That's basically what. 5 times the length of a cross country race. I'm not sure on my math there, because that's what. That's way more than that, because that's like a 50K, I think.
Right, something like that.
So 10 times more.
Right.
So anyway, get too far out over my calculations there, but I commend kids who do this sport, and it's always why I've been so fond of it, even though it's something I could never do myself. It's always a great testament to the athletes who put themselves on the line there, emotionally as well as physically to go do that for them, not just for themselves but for their teammates and their school and for their community.
Well, there's a special group of kids. Our only boy is Justin. Only senior boy is Justin Hoffman.
Is that right?
And Jay Hoff was All-State honorable mention, and he's one of the top runners of the area, and he and Emily have done a great job of leading this group this year for Tim and I. So you're right. It's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
And we, like you, everybody matters.
Yeah. Thank you. And just in regards to him, I'm sure if you just speak on behalf of him a little bit, just he's been big year ahead for him, right? Or
for Justin,
yes, sir.
Yes, he's. Very, very good runner.
Yeah.
Came back from a pretty serious injury last year to make it all the way to semi-state. Yeah. Ran awesome there. Yeah. He was all-conference first team as well. So he's looking to have a monster. So if you're out there, Jay Hoff, go get him, baby.
Do things start for you next Wednesday with your meet, or do you have something this coming Saturday?
We have our Hokum Karam on the 17th.
Okay, so
following that'll be the Dave Walker invite at Hebron.
Yeah.
And that's an awesome meet.
Yeah.
And it's close.
Yeah.
So win-win.
Yeah. A lot
of good in all ways.
I was gonna say you got a lot of long drives,
and that's fine. They're fine
for sure. Hey, it's cross country, right? It's all predicated on distance.
Exactly right.
And any closing remarks, or you're good to go here? Want to go tie into a little salad there, or had anything to eat yet, or do
we had some pizza.
All right, good deal. All right. Thanks for coming down. We greatly appreciate it. Pleasure to meet you. Nice to see you, my friend.
Great seeing you, my man.
All right. Best of luck this season.
Thank you.
We'll see you out at a meet.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks again. Rolling right along here. Thanks to Lane Llewellyn and Em Wilson for coming down to join us here at Beggar's Pizza in Crown Point. The Tempo Run Timing and Events. Louis Guillen put this on. I'm Jim Peters. I'm so far so good on the voice, I think, here. I'm not getting too raspy, am I?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. Michelle York, right?
Yes, Duffy.
Okay, Duffy, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, haven't been York for a long time.
I was
yeah.
York. Okay.
It was York, yeah.
I'm dating myself
That's
here.
all right.
I just been around a long time, and I remember that, like Lindsay, I don't know if Lindsay's here yet, but Lindsay Hattendorf.
Oh, yes.
I still call her H.
Right,
And it's actually M now. So
That's fair.
So tell me a little bit about the young man on our left here.
This guy?
Yeah. Who you got here?
I mean, he's okay. Price is okay. I mean, he's, as a senior, he's everything that you would want a captain, a senior leader to be. Yeah. He's led the team in action for years now, and now he's really fulfilling that role as a true senior. You know, I've been with Steve for 8 years. This is my 8th season with Steve, and then before that, I was at Munster for 8 seasons or something. And I can tell you, maybe with the exception of Nick Zach or parallel to Nick Zach, he's the most academic, driven, just intellectual runner I've ever coached.
Wow.
He's fantastic. He knows his game plan. He knows what he needs to do. He knows what's wrong. Sometimes he doesn't know how to fix it, but usually that's his own problem. That's
why he's got the coaches.
Right. He tends, you know, to just think things through, and sometimes that's good and sometimes that's bad. But I think with any truly great athlete of any kind, or anyone who's great at anything, they're going to just overthink things. And he does that, which is both good and bad.
Yeah. Well, cross-country runners are deep thinkers
by
nature.
Right.
I've gathered, because they're really...
They run to the woods to clear their head.
Very, very provocative, very deep minds. I'm always, they always articulate really well, and it's like, whoa, that's way over my head there.
Right.
So,
and I've had him as a student too. I mean, I had him his sophomore year in English, and
not too bad in the classroom either.
And no, he's not dumb. He's pretty smart. So yeah, he's just an exceptional young man in like every aspect. So
good stuff. High praise, huh?
Yeah.
I could say you're terrible,
You could have.
but your mom's watching, so I didn't want to do that.
So, you know, just tell us about your expectations for the season. Great junior year, and what are you looking to build on from there as you get into this into your penultimate high school season?
I just want to. I've had a pretty good track season, and I want to keep that momentum going. In the cross and good summer. So the number one goal is just to stay healthy and not go too fast too early. I feel like that's what happened. For me, at least early last year. So just got to play it smart early on, and I think it'll all come together at the end. So.
I was going to say, I know that New Prairie semi-state is probably on the horizon for you, but let's not just, think away that senior season, but before things even happen, because it's a special time for students, for student athletes, and you're just looking forward to embracing all that, getting all the team get-togethers back, and the pasta meals and stuff that you didn't get to do last year, and how excited are you about just kind of having what looks like is going to be a relatively normal season here from that aspect?
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait. We're a pretty close group of guys, and we get along with the girls well, and so just being back to normal, it'll be great. Like spending time with the guys outside of school, something we didn't get to have last year.
Sure. I guess ultimately you want to you'll get back to that point where you were last year and take that next step, or you just worry about that when the time comes?
Yeah, we'll just
wait and see.
Yeah, worry about that one. Yeah, so you'll get there and then take care of it that week. But just talk about the two groups, just as a whole, who's backs, and just maybe some kids you have to replace who were important to the teams last year, and just maybe in addition to the returners, just any newbies that are going to be helping out on either side.
Sure. I mean, the team itself is unique in that it's really seen as one entity. Right. I mean, everything they do is together. The workouts are equal in terms of how Steve approaches everything. So it does create a different type of dynamic, I think, than some other teams. They're not separate. Everything they do is cheering each other on. Yeah. But we return, obviously, the heavy hitter in Bryce. Yeah. We lost Alex Arce, Kyle Thibodeau. On the girls' side, we lost Maddie Kartz. So those were really strong runners. Yeah. Maddie was our number one. Yeah. And then you had Alex, who came out just guns blazing at the end of the season. He had a phenomenal season. And Kyle was kind of tried and true. Sure. He was always someone you could count on. Right. He was a hard worker. Right. And was somebody who gave us depth when we needed it. Yeah. But so on the girls' side, you have Sabrina Seams coming back, Malia Butler, who missed last year, and then Maria Davenport. Those are our three senior girls, very strong runners. So we look to have them leading throughout the course of the season. And then a lot of depth in our juniors. I think we have 15 girls right now on the roster, which is a high number for us, and 10 for the boys, which is decent. We always like to get a few more than that, especially when you have the injuries that can always happen.
It's an attrition sport, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the girls, freshmen, trying to think what we got. Alex as a freshman, who's kind of come in and he's helped us, right? And then any other incoming freshmen who may fill some spots for us?
Jason Logan,
right? So we have 3 new freshmen who are coming in and kind of filling some spots. And then you have Ryan York and Christian Dane, really strong in that department, kind of running right with Bryce and Charlie Watson, who's going to have. He knows it too. We were talking about this at the table, that he's such a sprinter. I mean, he's a phenomenal sprinter. And so cross country is that sport that keeps him in shape for track. But he understands his role. He understands that he has a pretty significant part coming up. So he's ready to play it, I think. And then on the girls' side, we have a few freshmen, and Leah Hernandez, Aubrey Flood have come in new. And then any other freshman girls?
I get the grades messed up.
Not your grades.
Right. No, but I mean, a lot of kids came out in the summer, and for conditioning, we conditioned Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and very consistent with who was there. So it was good to see that they were committed.
Good. I'm guessing to see the kids, like everybody, were glad to see some normalcy return. Just not the same constraints as last year, and other non-running things that you had to worry about. And are you seeing that with the kids, or just a little different vibe, I don't know, looser vibe, or just or you don't have to go every, you don't have to
you have to do check-ins,
you don't have to point the temperature gun, you don't have to ask everybody, you have a cough or sneeze and all that, and I don't mean to mitigate those things, but that was important for just the things we were going through last year, but just to get beyond that and kind of go back to what would have been your, I guess, sophomore year, and just kind of get to where things were before all the COVID issues.
Fall sports seem to get through kind of unscathed. I think when we hit winter, that was ugly and nasty, but with the exception of what we dealt with masks and just making sure that when we were indoors, we had them on. If they were working out, then they could take them off. Going to the line, the race, I think, mentality and just the race protocol was a little interesting to adjust to last year, where they couldn't go and warm up with the time that they would typically. But I I really feel like last year was about as normal as it could be.
Yeah.
And this year it's just no masks, no questions.
Yeah.
So that's
just get back to the
Right.
business of running as it
Right.
were then.
seems like there's a dark cloud looming, but we're trying to just pretend that's not there.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still do what we
Right.
need to do, and hopefully keep moving.
Let's just live in the moment for right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, and especially you say live in the moment. No more important as a high schooler than for seniors than anybody else to do that, and just all right, you're trying to do that, and then just embrace all of it, and not. I throw out that question about the end of the season, but it's like for you guys, you don't want it to. You want to enjoy every moment of this and experience all those, because these are going to be the things you hopefully remember the rest of your life, and not just the end result, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to take it day by day.
Yeah.
I don't think it really struck me yet that I race Saturday.
Sure.
It's like, yeah, it's on the calendar, but
Right.
like mentally I'm not really in the racing mindset yet.
Well, sure.
But I feel like that'll come around. So
Yeah.
I'm just playing it day by day.
Yeah.
So.
You'll get in that moment when the time comes, but
Yeah.
you've done the work up until now. You just feel good just from that standpoint where you are heading into the season now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I asked the other kids who've come up the little pop quiz on rank the three main foods from Beggars here. Salad, pasta, pizza. Give me
rank those.
Give me a 1, 2, 3.
Man.
Wow, I didn't think this be this tough.
Pasta number 1.
Okay.
Gotta go with that.
Yeah.
I'll go pizza 2 because I have it more. Salad 3, even though salad probably should be number 2. But
No, it doesn't taste nearly as good
I
as
was going to
pizza.
say,
so.
Emily put from KV put salad at the top there. And
Oh, that's a shame.
She doesn't even cheat. She doesn't.
Yeah, well, you got to go cheese at the top.
I like to throw ham and cheese.
Yeah, you got to go the antipasto.
There's just like salad will be on the bottom of it by the time I'm done with it. But but you'll get the pasta parties back. I imagine have Thursdays or Fridays where you got folks that put on the spread for you, which you didn't get to have last year, right?
No.
Or
Yeah.
You guys do what, sign-up sheets? You kind of do a little all-call of what families would be willing to host, right?
yeah, we probably need to do a better job.
Probably.
With,
because you're going to have one. You're going to have them every Friday.
2 years ago.
Don't
it was,
spring that on
3 days.
Mom on Thursday when
You
it's tomorrow.
might want to tell her earlier in the week that you need to buy a couple extra boxes of noodles and a couple extra jars of sauce.
Right.
So I'm getting hungry sitting here thinking about it. So anything else you want to add as we wrap up here as you look forward to the season? When do you open? Is it this Saturday?
It's at Crown Point.
Crown Point. So it's here. It's time, right?
It's a great meet to start with. I mean, it's one of the greatest courses. I mean, it's really challenging, and it's
through and through.
It really is. Yeah, that and New Prairie, and you just keep your eyes set on that. And some of the kids who have never run before and have never run a 5K race before, they're getting there like, oh, this is really real. This is
this is
no joke. Right.
Where's the finish line at? So. And there was only like 100 in the shade there last year, if I remember
it's
right.
fine. There's woods all around.
Yeah, we were wearing masks, and they're just soaking. So this year, hopefully you don't have to worry about that. So best of luck to both teams this season. Thanks for coming out. Stay healthy and run fast, and we'll go. So you're going to get a little pasta, or you already had a little beforehand?
I didn't eat anything yet.
He was waiting.
All right, good for you. I'll shut up so you can go eat. Right.
Thanks so much.
My pleasure. Nice to see you.
All right, thank you.
Best of luck on the season. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
That's okay. We are going to be joined next by the Hebron Hawks. Did you have one of your girls coming too, or was she able? I thought I remembered seeing one on the name list.
There we go.
Did you have a girl coming?
Yeah, she's over here.
Okay, she can. You want to come in now, or do you want to come in and wait? You can.
I'll give him my
you know
headset.
what? We got just 2 headsets, so we'll wait. Okay. I forgot. You got like a.
I tried.
He's got like a 20-minute slot here, doesn't he? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you can talk as long as you want or short as you want. So, congratulations on being back. Back in the saddle, as it were. Now, had you been at the high school level in years past? Because I know you've been. I know you've been the. This is Coach Pastrick from Hebron, by the way. I didn't mention the name. It was a good place to start. So, I know going back a long time ago in the Mike DeFreeze days, so he'd always just passed along the credit to you for facilitating interest and building the middle school program and developing there. So, are you going to be handling them all this year, or do you have a successor for your middle school team?
I'm handling both this year, but I've got a successor, Ty, that I'm working on, but he's still a student right now. And that comes first. So I've got a good support system there. I've got Coach Hall and Coach Bobby Cole. I've got Coach DeMarco, Coach Maldonado, and my wife's helping out as well.
Good.
So we've got a lot of coaches helping out.
Okay. All right. So you're just the face of the program. The wife's going to be calling all the shots.
Pretty much.
Okay. I know how that one works. So, but just when they approach, did they John approach you about it, or just when when you had the opening came up? I mean, how soon in the summer did you know about it, or was it?
It was about middle summer.
Okay.
Coach Charpentier, who was doing this before, and she's done a great job building this program up. She had talked to me too about it. And asked me, would I be taking over if she stepped down? I was like, no, Sharp, stick around. But, so
you're busy enough.
Yeah. So she moved on though, and I agreed to take it over after that.
Okay. All right. It's going to be a pretty open-ended thing for you, you think, as far as doing it at the high school level? You think you'll just as long as you like to do it, and they'll have you? Or?
1 year at a time right now.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's a lot to juggle, but just obviously you bring a familiarity to things. So I'm guessing not a big transition, right? I mean, I'm assuming that every kid knows who you are and has run for you, right?
That was something we wanted to really try to help with the transition from a new coach to a new coach. So.
Yeah. And how are things? Just first of all, in terms of participation. Well, we'll talk about the girls a little bit when we get your young lady up here. But just as far as the boys go, what's your numbers looking like right now?
I'll defer to my senior here, Forrest. Forrest, what do you think?
Let's go ahead and introduce yourself. You've been sitting here for 5 minutes, and we've just been talking around you. So go ahead and introduce yourself to our vast Northwest Indiana cross country audience here, and then just talk about the season a little bit.
Well, I'm a senior, and my name's Connor Williams. And do you want me to talk about?
Sure. Just tell me. Just talk about your senior season and just what you're looking forward to. And
looking forward, team-wise, or just
both.
Okay.
And then just having Coach, having a familiar face, back helping out.
So team-wise, number one priority for me is keeping the team close and keeping the team together.
Yeah.
Because of course, you can't achieve any goals without keeping the family.
Sure.
So.
Very well said, right?
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
So that's number one priority for me.
Yeah.
Second, I'd love to make the boys team to regionals as a team altogether.
Yeah.
Because we tried to do that last year, and we were just off a few points.
Yeah.
We were this close.
Yeah.
So that would be an amazing thing to do.
Yeah. Individually, just keep improving your times and just be will you be the number one guy, or is that the kind of a competitive situation, or what's the expectations there? Or?
We have a very competitive top three right now. Even top seven, I'd say. I think we have a great varsity team going for us.
Good.
And we have freshmen that came in that have tons of potential.
Good.
And I'm very excited to see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, and kids who have come through the program then, so they're going to know what's expected of them, other than just bumping up from 3K to 5K, basically, right? And just learning the longer training runs and just adapting a racing style to 5,000 meters as opposed to 3. And so I assume that'll be some of your role too, and just remembering what it was like when you were a ninth grader there, and probably scared to talk around the seniors or don't want to step wrong or whatever. And just how important is that just for you to kind of help them fit in, feel comfortable, and just feel like they're the same part of the team, regardless of whether they're whatever grade they're in.
Yeah, so making it, like you said, making the transition from middle school to high school is not easy at all.
Yeah.
Like even out of cross country, there's new classes and different schedule.
Sure.
Even today, like the manager took them around the school and to show them where the classes are.
Right.
So 3K to 5K, that's a whole new world right there.
Yeah.
It's tough to take on. It's scary, but yeah.
You could be going 100 miles an hour right out of the gate, and you're looking great at 400 meters, and then you get to the mile mark, and there's a search party out for the person because you didn't pace yourself well enough, though. So, and that's just part of it. I mean, this is a very arduous physical and mental sport, and you got to develop that internal toughness that just for some kids, I assume it comes kind of naturally. You just got a tough blue collar kid who just loves the grind, and sometimes you just got to learn how to. And I see it on T-shirts all the time. What's that? Something is pain just leaving your body. What is that one? Are you fill in that blank for me? I don't remember that one, but there's always something about embracing the pain and dealing with all of that stuff. And it's not just a slogan, but it's just the reality of the sport. Pushing yourself beyond your comfort zones, and how's that different when you tell it to a little ninth grader as opposed to a senior? It's like the freshman's probably going to start crying, I'm scared, but is there a difference with that, or do you just more or less have to kind of adapt the overall approach to each kid?
With the older kids, they know what's going on.
Right.
Freshmen, I think you got to put it straight forward to them right up front. All my freshmen looks at me.
Yeah.
They just got to survive the season.
Yeah.
I mean, we set them goals that are realistic. Yeah. As long as they try to reach those goals, they'll be all right.
Sure.
And they got great leadership here from G-Win and Forrest. So they help them out a lot.
I had a wrestling coach tell me years ago that Ed Pendowski, when he was at Portage, by the way, he's the wrestling coach at Carmel now, and he said you make it fun for them when they're starting out and don't know any better, so when they get to the point, you're making them work really hard. Hopefully I won't be scaring kids off by this point by saying, but they're to a point where they enjoy it, and you build in some of them they're going to gravitate toward it, some they're not. You just build, in some kids a passion for it, so when they get to the point where, you're really working them hard, and they still think it's fun. And it's hard for me to, when I see a finish line at a cross country meet, and perceive this as being fun. When I see kids keeling over and their eyes rolling back in their heads, and he said, why do you people do this? And these are brilliant kids, so obviously it's not a smart thing. You're all smart kid, but it's just it takes a certain type, but you develop, and I'm guessing in your case you probably developed a passion for it. Maybe you didn't have it when you started out, but you have it now, and it's probably, and again, it's something that becomes part of your life that I'm guessing carry over with you long beyond your days as a Hebron Hawk. Is that how kind of the time frame worked for you? You're somebody who kind of started out that way, and it's really become a passion for you as you got older?
Well, when I started in middle school, my main thing was basketball.
Yeah.
And this guy was a huge recruiter for cross country. I'm telling you, when I was in fifth grade.
Oh, for sure.
Do you do it every year in fifth grade where you get the people up and talk to them?
Yeah.
Well, he had people come up to my fifth grade class and explain what cross country was.
Yeah.
I went home, told my mom this, and she was like, "Are you sure you want to do this? Like, this sounds crazy."
Right.
And in middle school, I kind of messed around with cross country a little bit. I took it as conditioning for basketball because basketball is my main sport over anything.
Yeah.
So I continued through middle school, kept cross country as this conditioning sport, essentially. And as soon as I got high school, I found myself at a crossroads. I felt like I had to choose between basketball and cross country.
Okay.
And to look back and just reflect on memories on both the sports that I developed such an interest in.
Yeah.
And cross country just ended up winning the battle, I guess.
And you broke Coach Grimace's heart ultimately. I mean, old cross country guy himself, though, so I'm sure he understood. I mean, you got to go where the passion is and where the fire burns and where the enjoyment is, because it helps you push those limits when you're out there, not just dreading it every single day. You just a lot easier to push through when you see, because usually goal setters, you want to. The cross country runners are always, thinking in terms of, small picture, big picture. I want to do this in the month of August and progress from here throughout the season. Is that kind of how it is for you? You just want to keep building and progressing this year and get to the point where you hopefully that payoff will come at sectional time for you.
Oh yeah, for sure. You got to set goals that are crazy to you.
Sure.
You got to find out in yourself what's just completely unattainable, because setting a goal that you think is attainable is crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you don't want to make it too extreme, but at the same time, you don't want to make it too easy. So you got to find that ground there where it's within reach, but at the same time, not too easy or just almost darn near impossible. So we're going to let you go, but before you go, you got to answer that pasta, salad, pizza question.
Sure.
Right. Rank them 1, 2, 3, and we'll let, is it Gwen? We'll let her slip in after you answer that question.
So number one, I gotta say it, nothing's gonna beat pasta, man.
Okay. All right. Any special kind or?
I'm a kindergartner at heart. I gotta go with the mac and cheese.
Okay. All right. All right. So you like the cheddar as opposed to like the Alfredo or the marinara then, or any and all. Or,
I mean,
kind of
whatever. I got a love for pasta.
Okay. Starts with the cheddar cheese and goes from there then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then is it? So I'm guessing you're probably gonna go pizza and salad 2, 3. Right? Kind of. Yeah. Really. No kidding.
I think salad's gonna go second.
Salad's going second. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
There's an upset special there. So okay. So do you like your salad plain, or you throw some stuff in there? Or?
Olive Garden salad.
There you go.
It's to die for.
Okay. You were supposed to say Beggar's Pizza salad is to die for. So that's okay. Well, have you eaten yet, or say?
I had pizza.
Okay. All right. So all right. Well, we wish you the best of luck this year. We'll let you slide the headgear off and bring Glenn in real quick. What's that? Okay. And then I think he's.
Good job.
Connor, thanks. I appreciate it. How are you? Nice to meet you. Gwen, right? Okay. How long have you done the middle school? Because I know when I was at the Times 20 years, and I remembered early on when he had those teams getting to the semi-state, he says you can't write anything without mentioning.
It's been 20 years.
20. Okay, I kind of figured it went back to around 2000. So yeah, the Portage guys were the same way when they were at their pinnacle. I said the Willow Creeks and the Fagleys they're it's the lifeblood of the program. No high school program functions without the middle school program, facilitating that interest and making it fun for the kids and building it. And are we running? Okay, we are good to go. We're back up again. So welcome back as we continue along with the 2021 Northwest Indiana High School Cross Country preview brought to you by Baker's Pizza and Tempo Timing Run and Events. I messed it up again. Tempo Run Timing and Events. So Louis is going to take me off the payroll. That's what he's going to do. So, but anyway, we're still here with Coach Patrick from Hebron, and we've been joined by Gwen. I got Glenn, your last name. Introduce yourself.
I'm Glenn Weaver.
All right, pleasure to meet you and talk a little bit about your upcoming season and what you're looking forward to this year. Are you glad to have Coach back? And first of all, I'll give you a tough question right off the bat, and just talk about having him back as your coach, and then just what you're looking forward to this season.
It's good to have him back because he is very big on having the team be involved together and on improving. If you want to improve as a team, everyone's got to know each other. Everyone's got to want to help each other out to help not only everyone improve themselves, but be able to have the team improve and become stronger together.
It's an individual sport within a team concept, right? I mean, you function in both capacities, but you can't excel in one without doing so in the other. So you're facilitating team success with your individual success. And how's the summer been for you? Been getting some miles in. Coach been cracking the training whip on you guys, or
a little bit. It's been fun. We've done a lot of training in other places. Like we've been to the dunes, we've been to the zoo, just trying to put some fun in the run.
Now, were you running at the zoo, or were you just there looking at the animals?
Both.
We
ran the trail
around
there, and then we went to the zoo after.
Okay, which zoo is that? Is that up in Chicago, or is that something nearby?
Chicago.
Okay, nice. Okay, that's a cool concept.
It was a lot of fun.
It's important to kind of mix things up, keep it fresh, isn't it? Because if it's just running over and over again, and just facilitate different things and make them into activities rather than just practices, right? And, senior, or is this year?
I'm a senior this year.
You're just excited for it, and you're looking to enjoy all the milestone moments that come with being a senior.
Yes, I'm excited for senior year.
Yeah. And how long have you been running?
This is actually my second year doing cross country.
Okay. What prompted you to take up this crazy sport as a junior?
I had brothers and friends that were involved in it, and I also managed it my sophomore year.
Okay.
And I just saw how it all was and how it all got put together, and I was like, you know what, it's something I want to do. I want to run.
Didn't scare you off, huh? Seeing all that stuff that happens out there, it's like as a non-runner, I'm like, there's no way. But but then was it an eye-opening experience for you last year?
Yes, I was very glad that I decided to join.
All right. It wasn't like you.
No regrets.
Just say, okay, you go running away from it as opposed to you came running back to it. So you did not coach her then in middle school? Then?
I did not.
So she one of those you tried to persuade to do
yes,
this, or?
I tried really hard. So I'm really excited to coach her. She's a great kid.
Yeah, you just fought him on it though. You didn't want to.
didn't
want to do it. Well, you got to do it on your own terms, right? Yeah. It's not one of those things you can be half invested in. You're not going to be sticking around for maybe one or two practices. So, tell me a little bit about your girls' team. What's the participation like this year?
We've had a lot of girls, and they're all looking good. Like we got a bunch of freshmen that came up, and they're all strong. So it's nice to see more people coming up into it and then being nice, strong runners.
Yeah.
And everyone on the team, we all get along, so that's also very important. We all like each other. We're all uplifting with each other.
Going to help those youngsters through the ups and downs of transitioning to high school running then? Are you going to be a team leader, the big sister, the shoulder to lean on there? So
she's a great leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good to have her to show these younger kids up like she was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just and then just elaborate on your on the girls team a little bit, just as far as putting some names out there.
Names out.
If you want
I told her, don't make me say names.
Okay. Yeah. If the rest of it's pretty wide open.
There's a lot of girls.
Yeah. Okay.
Like she said, the freshmen coming in are going to be pretty solid, but we got some kids coming back that are really good too. So. We're going to make some noise in the conference, I think.
Yeah, good.
I think they've talked about trying to qualify as a team for regional too. So
okay. So there's just a little, renewed energy, or maybe a little different vibe coming into the season here this year, and just with, I guess a little different philosophy, a little different approach, and
it's nerve-wracking replacing somebody, though.
Sure.
Coach Sharp was great.
Well,
so
yeah.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the two of you interacted and were on the same page and worked well.
Oh yeah.
Well together.
She's probably getting tired of my text every night.
So did she say it was okay to text?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've texted her every day. So.
Yeah, because it's a different animal going from a younger group to the high school group, and just they probably are familiar with. They had gotten adapted to her style, and just and some of them that ran for you, so a little bit of the best of both worlds, I guess. So you're not coming in as a as a foreigner where they don't know who you are, or don't know your personality or style or things like that. Yeah. So not too bad in that regard, I assume.
Right.
So, but at the same time, hey, she had done some good things with the team and with the program, and you kind of just want to, I guess, make it as seamless as possible, and just transition to how things go this year. Then, so, and then do you have the you still have, you have the invite coming up, the Walker Invitational? Dave's a great guy too. I remember him back in the day, and then will you still be hosting the sectional this season as well? Or?
Yeah, we have the Dave Walker invite coming up, and he came to our team dinner this past week, and he spoke, so that was cool.
Yeah.
And then we have sectional at our place again too. So
What's it like being able to run the sectional meet on your home course? Is that
it's nice.
Yeah.
You get to know where your places are, and
familiarity there. So I'm guessing the goal this season is maybe then just so you don't want your last race to be on your home course, I guess is what ultimately it is. You want to be able to go to Lemon Lake for the regional after that then. So is that kind of is that the end goal amongst all the goals leading up?
Main goals regionals, and I know a bunch of the girls on the team. We all want to try to do the team for regionals because we think that it's a very high possibility we can do it.
Good. Coach was reluctant to mention some names there. Are you inclined to throw any names out there, or did you have some friends that promised you anything if you mentioned?
No, I mean it's all the girls.
Yeah.
No one individual. So everyone.
That's the importance of the group. There is being able to, again, function within that concept, and no pecking order, no hierarchy. If it happens to be a ninth grader who's the fastest, and so be it. So you're all wearing the H or the hawk on the uniform. So that's what's important at the end of the race there. So you ready for your quiz?
Yeah.
Okay. You got your answer. I think you had your answer already. You were probably listening before. So rank 1, 2, 3 pasta, pizza, and salad for me.
Number 1's pasta.
Okay.
But number 2 is pizza. Close second.
Close second. Okay.
And then 3rd is salad.
Salad way back there, or is it just like
not way back?
Not way back there. All right. He was hardcore mac and cheese. What's is your favorite with an Alfredo, a cheddar, or a marinara?
I like marinara.
Marinara, the standard. And now the standard spaghetti, or do you like them all, or mastacholi, lasagna, all those? Any or all of them. So, are you just excited to have those opportunities back this year to be able to get together on a Thursday or Friday or whenever? Maybe you do them on Wednesday. The old carbo load days, being able to have those again, maybe hosting those. And I guess if there was one thing you missed from your junior season that because of the COVID stuff, you're really just excited to have a normal year this year and not have to just go back to being able to do the things you used to do. So anything in particular, or just
excited to be with the group, be able to be out and about with everybody, and not have to take major precautions.
Back up or cover your mouth or whatever. To see people smile, I'm just loving seeing.
We don't have to worry about anything. We just have fun.
Yeah, just seeing faces again and people laughing and smiling. It's hard to read eyes sometimes to see whether somebody's what somebody's thinking or doing or feeling. So, all right, best of luck on your season. Thank you for coming out, and stay well, run fast, and Coach. Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
Kudos on what you've done for Hebron athletics. And, distance running, cross country in particular, all these years, and hopefully you'll be able to see some of the fruits of your own labor come to reality here this season. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jay White of Portage High School will be rolling in here momentarily as we move right along with our 2021 Northwest Indiana High School cross country preview from Beggar's Pizza here in Crown Point, brought to you by Louis Guillen and Louis' Tempo Run Timing and Events. And I've been trying to remember the name of it all night. I keep saying Tempo Timing Run and Events. But maybe I'll get it right before 8 o'clock. Good to see you.
Hey, great to see you, Jim.
Yeah, how you been?
Real good.
Good. Thanks for being here. Appreciate
I appreciate you doing this. This is awesome.
Yeah. Louis threw this together, and I thought we might have about 5 people here eating a pizza, and we'd be in and out in an hour. And then when he told me I'd have to be doing this for 3 hours, I said, at least bring me some water. Hopefully, I won't need an IV before the end of the evening here. But it's fun, it's great, and it's nice to see so many coaches invest the time and the effort to come out here.
Yeah, it was great to talk to some of the other coaches while we were waiting.
Yeah, and it came together really fast too. When he sent me the list, I'm like, wow, that's terrific. So, and I don't know if that would happen with every sport, but it's terrific. We're able to turn this around on short notice, and again, thanks to Beggars, and I'm looking forward to having at least one of your types of pizza after we're done here, and for Louis and his timing company for putting this on. But just chat a little bit about how the summer's gone and how things are shaping up for you.
Well, summer's gone real good. The numbers, we're around 20 girls on the team. Real happy with the attitudes, the work ethic. We're kind of a team in progress. We're still building. We're still trying to figure things out. A lot of inexperience, so that's going to show. But they're getting there, and I'm optimistic about what we could get done by the end of the year.
Some good seniors there last year. Morgan McCullough leading the way. Individual state qualifier, if I remember right.
Her and Emily Cragen both are big losses for us. Returning this year, that ran the semi-state, 2 seniors, Amanda Pernick and Soraya Lobriel. They're doing a great job, and we've got a 3rd senior, Haley Chavez. The 3 of them, they've been great leaders, and they all lead in different ways. Whether Amanda just gets it done on the workouts every day and sets the example there. Soraya works really hard and is really getting all the girls motivated, and Haley is a member of our JROTC program and really works hard to do everything correctly, and it's a great group of seniors this year.
Numbers overall pretty good?
Yeah, we're a little bit up from what we've been, and we've got 9 freshmen, which is real nice. And, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. They've had success at the middle school, and hopefully that will carry over here.
Yeah, just making that transition to the more arduous training and then the longer races.
Correct.
And,
you're going from a 3K race to a 5K race now. Training's a little different. And, but they're getting there, and we're still a week away from racing. And see what happens when we go to the report on the 21st.
Yeah, are you couple 3 fairly well-determined spots at this point, and kind of a dice roll after that, as far as where you stand on this day in early August?
It might be a dice roll for all 7.
Okay.
But Amanda Pernick's really doing a great job in practice. She's been pretty much leading us.
Yeah.
And after that, I think it's a pick 'em.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be a tight group. Yeah. And hopefully we can pack up well in races.
Right.
And that'll carry us.
Yeah. mean, that's good. That can be a good thing. That can be a bad thing, right? I mean, if they're all, it's one thing if you have a nice pack and they're all.
We just got to make sure that pack's moved up.
Say if they're all as fast as me, you're in some serious trouble. But they're all as fast as Dondo over here, then you'll be in a pretty good spot. But so yeah, it's just, and again, it's a progression. What you are in August, you hope isn't what you're going to be in October, because if it is, then it's probably.
Yeah, we always talk about it being a building process and trying to be our best in October, and that's when it counts the most. And a race in August we're not going to really remember, but we're going to remember those races in October when we're trying to accomplish something.
Yeah, and our just getting back to a degree of regularity, normalcy, however you want to phrase. Is that a relief for you as a coach? I mean, there's so much you had to deal with last year.
We got to have a summer. Last year we didn't have a summer.
Right.
We didn't get June. We had 3 or 4 days in July, and then we got shut down, and we didn't start till August.
Yeah.
So we were behind the whole time. So it was really nice to have 2 months going into the official start of the season in August. So we're way ahead of where we were a year ago.
I was going to say, last year you were probably having to look at a list and say, attaching names with faces and. You're saying something they
hoping they were running on their own.
Yeah, well, right, exactly. Yeah, because it's not every. Some kids you can just cut loose and they'll do all their things without a coach staying on them. But not all cut the same way, right?
It's different to go out and run by yourself than when you're running with your teammates.
Yeah.
Your teammates are there to push you and make you work a little harder. If you're running by yourself, if you're feeling a little bad one day, it's easy to back off a little bit.
Yeah,
so
that's a different kind of kid. Not all.
So it's been a real good summer, and we're looking forward to see what we can accomplish.
Yeah, you mix things up in the winter and spring. And how has getting on the officiating side in track kind of served to maybe I don't know, is that like a refresh for you, getting away from the coaching part of it in track, but still being around it in a different capacity, and then just to be able to kind of do that and then get back into the cross country.
I think I'm a little fresher when we get started in June.
Yeah.
And officiating track, it's a different type of busy now.
Yeah.
I don't have to take the bus trips.
Right.
And I've got to experience a lot of really neat things through officiating, meeting a lot of great people and seeing a lot of different things. So it's been a real positive experience.
You've done some pretty high level stuff. Tell me about a little bit of that. Big Ten stuff, right? Or NCAA stuff?
Yeah, last January I had the honor to be one of the recall starters at the Big Ten Cross Country Championships. And then this spring I was umpire at the Big Ten Track Championships. So
that's pretty cool.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
I mean, it's one of those kind of things, and we've both been around this in one capacity or another for more years than we can count at this point. But you're never too old to learn something, right? Or new idea.
That's the great thing about officiating, especially I've gone on to the next level, doing some college meets. I've met some really great people, and I've learned a boatload as far as officiating goes. So it's been fun. And then when you watch the Olympics and you see what they did with our mixed relay team, and some of us were going, hey, we can officiate the Olympics. We can do that. We can do better than that.
Somebody over in Tokyo, not being able to handle something as well as folks here in Indiana.
Right.
So,
exactly.
But that's a great side of it though, and it gives you some insight that you see it literally from the other side that maybe you didn't see it before as a coach when you weren't you're wearing that other hat, or I guess in your case the sleeve, and then having the pistol there in some cases. So because you branched out, and you did some pretty good traveling even just at the high school level, if I remember it, because they don't just keep you. They'll say, Jay's from Portage, so you're not. I mean, Jay's going to be at Portage very often, right?
Right. I get around. pretty much in the regular season.
Yeah.
I'm around Northwest Indiana.
Yeah.
But when you get to the state tournament,
Yeah.
you have no idea where you're going. And the last 2 regionals I've worked, I've gone down to Lafayette Jeff.
Right.
So,
so you've kind of braced for the idea of having to drive an hour
Right.
and a half, 2 hours when you get to that level. Then so. What number years is for you in terms of the girls cross country program?
girls cross country, this is my 20th year as the head coach. I was assistant for 7 years. And I'm starting my 38th year overall at Portage.
I was going to say you answer. You see, Jay, I've known Jay long enough. Jay can answer my questions without me asking them because he already knew.
We go way back.
He already knew I was going to ask him how many years overall and how many years in Portage.
I had to look that up today because I knew you'd ask me.
Right. Yeah, you're. I got all kinds of chicken scratch down here, and I can't make any sense of it now. So. But so just and all told, and then just you went to and then you ran here. I say here, not you ran at Portage as well.
Correct.
Yeah, and that was the Bill Wilkie days, right?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to run for Bill Wilkie, and then my middle school coach Don Bales. And they instilled a lot of great things in me, and my passion for the sport came from those 2 guys.
Yeah. So because you got Tommy Erickson beat by a couple of years yet. Because I always think of him in the context of being
he's a pup still,
a participant, and then he said 16 he's going on. If I remember right. So that's just mind-boggling for me because then it's just like, wow, if that means he's getting old, then wow, I was already quite a few years ahead of him at that point. But continuity matters, and just as I was talking to the Hebron coach, and he's been their high school, their middle school coach for a long time too. So it's and you know from that level how important it is to facilitate interest as their little ones coming up and kind of trick them into loving the sport and realizing they're not actually working hard and they're kind of having fun, and the next thing you know you got a kid that's doing something that they're going to do beyond their competitive career and just for the love of it.
And I've been real fortunate the last I can't remember how many years it's been now, but Abby Tresack, my assistant coach, and she ran for us.
Mary in high school, right?
Yes, it was Trader.
Right. Because Michelle York was up here, and I called her Michelle York, and I said, I haven't been Michelle York in a long, long time. So,
but Abby does a tremendous job. She teaches at the high school, so she can kind of keep tabs on things during the school day. And
she's the good cop, right?
She's the very good cop.
Yeah. Jay's the bad cop, and Abby will go to the girls and say, "It's okay. He's not. Not. He doesn't. It's not personal."
And Abby coaches the distance runners in its track season, so we keep
consistency.
It
sure. So it's not like you're building back up, or you got conflicting philosophies between the spring and the fall. So just looking forward to getting back after it here, and it rolls around fast, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
I told the kids at the start of the summer it's going to go fast, and it has. We're back in the school buildings now, and our first meet's on the 21st, and then it just snowballs from there. Next thing it's October, and we're getting ready to.
And it almost is literally snowballing sometimes by then. So Jay and I have shared the Conner Prairie state meet story numerous times, and folks would have to look that one up, or if you're old timers like both of us, just the recollections of the meet the 1 year at Conner Prairie when it was it moved for a conflict of availability, and so they had it there 1 year. And
they moved it to Conner Prairie, and we went there the day before. The course was absolutely great. I remember a lot of that. Coach Wilkie's on the bus radio saying, "Hey, this course is great. This course is great." We get there, and it's awesome. And then we left our hotel. I watched the weather. There's no snow on the ground at our hotel, but as you get closer, and we saw the 4 inches of snow on the ground,
and then all the tire ruts that were left by people trying to find a place to park. And long story short, Conner Prairie said thanks, but no thanks. You can go back to wherever else the following year. But
I think the best part of that whole meet was you and Sean Hayden coming up to me and saying, "Hey, congratulations." I said, "For what?" Because I didn't think we were in that grade. Right. He goes, "You guys got third." I said, "No way." Right. And you pull out somehow you guys got the results.
Yeah. Sean, unlike me, the name carried some weight. So I was just a schmuck asking.
I will admit I don't remember much after that though.
Unfortunately, I remember that one a lot, and I remember the one coming back from Bloomington one year when my car got smoked by a deer in Martinsville, and I had God bless my sister-in-law for coming up from Hanover to take me all the way home, and I had to go back and get the car a couple weeks later. But we digress. So there's coaches to follow here. So we could sit here and talk all night. We'll see you at Kessling in a couple of weeks.
Sounds good.
Happy to see you back again, and thank you for coming out. And it's always been a pleasure to chat you up in official capacity or otherwise.
It's always great speaking with you, Jim, and we really appreciate everything you do for cross country Northwest Indiana. Because without your coverage, nobody really know what's going on in cross country. But thank you very much.
And I appreciate that. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Right. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
All right. Best of luck to you and your kids. John Arredondo of Valparaiso High School. That took a few years for me to figure out. Hopefully we don't have a little fight here between Portage and Valpo on the way through there. So, Eclectic Dondo, how are you?
JP.
How's the music business treating you?
It's a little slow right now.
A little slow. I was going to have you bring the guitar, but I thought you might be able to entertain the folks in the audience.
I would have had to charge them, so
Yeah, I was going to say, you
can't do that stuff for free.
You probably got a pretty pricey overhead there.
If
Cover charge.
I made the same making music that I do teaching and coaching. It'd be all right.
Yeah, no kidding. I wish I knew how to do something too that made me some money. So at least I married well. So
there you go.
So good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you for putting this together with the guys. And,
I told somebody yesterday I was just the eye candy, and I put like a bunch of LOL afterwards because obviously that's not the case. So
you put they skimped on the host.
They did. Yeah, they just threw him a pizza and a pop afterwards.
Great venue. I've never been here before.
Yeah, it's terrific. Yeah.
Good to see a lot of faces out there. All the coaches. It's been a while since they.
It's neat. You see everybody in one place, but usually it's for a race, and you're all going 100 miles an hour.
Exactly.
So it's nice to be able to get it in a relaxed setting and be able to just chat a little bit and have a little something to eat or drink.
Heck yeah, I'm all about it.
Yeah, I've reached more or less the halfway or beyond point.
Yeah, I'm the last hour. I kick off the last hour.
I don't even need an IV yet. So I got on the elliptical for about 40 minutes last night. So that's good to go here. So
JP's good.
My cardio's holding up here. So high expectations. Great group coming back. You were 8th in the state last year, and if I'm not mistaken, you have. Everybody back.
Everybody
back. Yeah, I didn't see a 6 out of 7 next to mine. I wasn't sure if you had one in there. Well, you had some pups in there too.
Yeah, we had a lot of pups.
Some youngsters, and then Kaylee
up front.
Kaylee decided she liked Valparaiso. Indiana decided she really likes us, so she decided to stay.
Yeah, she really put in. Helped she had such a great track season.
Right.
And she's really emerged as not only a great runner, but she's just a tremendous individual.
Yeah.
The girls adore her. She adores her teammates. She's a running nerd.
Yeah.
And she has really bought into Valpo running tradition. And she's really taken it on her arms to kind of carry things out. And it's filtering to the team. And the team is, our practices have been very focused. And she brings that intensity, but she does that when she's around. The girls listen. And but she's become like a big sister to all of them. And, her leadership, Lily Maldia's been a varsity staple for us the last 4 years. So we've got a great core, Aubrey Foreman, nice core of seniors leading this team because we are, like you said, we have a lot of puppies. A lot of sophomores in that class. Like, Annika Anderson, Angela Kalopoulos, Cheyenne Stocks had a great state meet as well. So, I like to think I call him Cheyenne or Cayenne. I call him Cayenne, like cayenne pepper. Kaylee, Kaylee and Cheyenne back to back gives us nice 1-2.
I really like that. That's a good one.
So
I'm going to reserve that one for the first
trademark.
Game,
Every time you use it, you got to give me something.
Absolutely. I say your quote will be piggybacking it.
So we with that group. So last year, ending on a high note, finishing in the top 10.
Yeah.
Not that we go, because cross country, anything can happen.
Right.
But it's like, all right, we got a great core coming back.
Yeah.
All 7. I think we lost of the top 12. Everyone's back from that top 12 as well. So practice have become very competitive.
Ooh, I was going to say there might be a few days where you're and you go to some pretty high caliber meets, but I say your competitions Monday through Friday are going to be simulating your Saturdays pretty good.
Yeah, it can. I've had to put the reel them in a little bit. And say,
save some for.
There'll be a time, but it's been a really
good problem to have.
I'm very blessed to have Coach McNamara and Coach Henderlong with us. So I've got some female role models there to help mold these women, and it's been so far a fun summer.
I'm gonna have to get back on T&H timing and extra mile. Did I say?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, my advertising. I have to get back on them for my ads for next season. Yes. So I could have blown the name right there. There goes my season. So, but I mean, it's obviously with a lot of sports, things are seasonal for me, but. Distance running is a 24/7, 365.
It has become that
endeavor for not everybody in this, but a lot of people in this room. You look out here and you see a state champion, and kids who are it's a life, and it becomes a lifestyle too. You can attest to that. It's a lifestyle.
It really is
too, because you pound the miles. And
I'm trying.
You're a tremendous
getting up there.
runner in your own right.
Thank you.
So it's just that's what this. What the sport is, and it's one of those where you can't. There's not a lot of them out there where you can do it when you're old and gray, but you can keep plugging along for a long time in this endeavor that sometimes starts out as something you did as a means to get better in another sport. And
that's what we're trying to do is instill in these young people that this is something you can do for the rest of your life. It's really a reflection of life. The more you put into it, the more you're going to get back and really benefit from it. So it's we're having fun. I can't really complain too much. It's been a nice summer. It really has been.
And then just talk about the pressures of expectations. I mean, I'm sure I'm not going to be the first person to ask you, is the goal for this season to get on the podium, and then I don't want to put the whole season down into one thing. You want to, especially after the nature of last year, you want to enjoy every day and every moment, because you know how little guarantees there are. But just after such a strange year like that, I mean, hey, I got to be anxious just to get out there and let it rip this year and not have to worry about putting the temperature gun on foreheads and we gotta when you get through the chute you gotta go straight back to the camp, or don't step for this or that, or don't whatever, make sure you got your water bottles marked, blah 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 blah. And I'm not no meaning to minimize those in any ways, but it's going to be nice just to be able to kind of focus on the task at hand.
That's been
100%.
That's kind of been the focus. Like, all right, let's focus back on running. And every school system's different, and we're still taking a lot of precautions with that. But you come to I was at Portage for a long time with Coach Erickson, and had this opportunity, and I threw my hat in and seen what happened. And expectations are high. And I put those expectations on the girls. I said, there's no reason why.
Well, you stepped into expectations.
I did.
You took over an elite program, and it's like, wow, if this thing stumbles a little bit, then
look at me.
my face is
Yeah.
going to be on a post office wall there.
And
So
we've been very lucky to run end the year running well. Back to back top 10 finishes.
Yeah.
8th placed each time.
Yeah.
I told the girls the other day, I'm kind of getting tired of 8th.
Right.
Can we move
Can
up
we
a little
just
bit?
get a 7 or a 6
And,
or a 5?
every year, if I'm being honest with you, it's top 10 at least,
Sure.
and then let's get a medal. I tell
Right.
girls, let's get some hardware.
Yeah.
Let's have a necklace to wear home on the bus. So we can sing and laugh and dance. And
just neat seeing that with the Olympics, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just how
It's
just what that means,
and it means a ton.
And it was tremendous to see an American break through and medal in the marathon. That doesn't happen every Olympics for us, and to hear her story.
Yeah.
And that was so touching to see that, and it's like, I'd love to write that story. The third grader that drew an image of I want to grow up and win a gold medal. And it's like, well, you didn't get the gold, but you got that. You got that medal in an event where so few Americans historically do. So
and that's the cool thing, being an Olympic year, we can kind of show those things. And I'm be honest, expectations are, but let's be honest, I've been lucky. I've had a Ferngren, a Liliana, a Pulitza, a Portage, I had a Bliss, I had a McKnight, I had an Evans. So even driving here, I'm like, God, I've been really lucky as a coach.
Yeah.
But I put a lot of pressure on myself.
Sure.
And sometimes that does
go
to the team. But I think our girls understand. They understand the tradition of Valparaiso, and they understand that you gotta bring it. You gotta, and I just like Coach Llewellyn said, girls, give us your best today.
Yeah.
That's all I can ask for.
Yeah,
if you look me at the end of the race, say, Coach, I did my best. And we've been lucky. Our best has been top 10 the last 2 years. But
it doesn't translate the same every time. But what else?
Every race is different. And, some of the publications out there are high on us.
Yeah.
And so we gotta hopefully live up to those. I would love to. I've never been on the podium. I wasn't a very good high school runner. Those teams at Portage, those guys over there.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah, those guys were a lot better than I was. And, Coach Wilkie was awesome.
Yeah.
But I got to watch all that from a distance.
Sure.
And to be a part of something like that from a coaching standpoint would be great. But it's all on the girls, and they know it. So
that's the saying about pressure, right? You can finish that for me. It busts pipes, but it also makes diamonds.
Yeah,
that's it. Did I get that close enough? Yeah.
I'll roll it. We got to put that on the shirt.
Yeah, I said I mix my cliches and metaphors sometimes, and I get half of it with one and half with another, and it comes out making no sense, like most of my writing. but yeah. So and you guys, the folks will come up here, and you don't want to really get into that stuff. And hey, you know what? Let's go a week at a time, get the semi-state, and see what happens. I mean, you guys are. I mean, you're wearing it. I mean, it's. And I love that color.
Thank you.
By the way, yeah, you can wear it well. You put me in that. I look like the guy in the Raisin Bran box, but it's you got to embrace it because it's who you are, and the name comes with that. And
I tell the girls we're going to walk off the bus, and just because who we are,
there they are. Yeah.
That those two over there, we're going to have that target. But we're chasing teams too. We're going after those girls. Chesterton, Lake Central. I mean, Chesterton and Lake Central cleaned our clock all year last year.
Right.
I mean, they beat us down all year, and we got lucky at state, and we were able to get them. So
that's called sandbagging on the golf course.
We won.
So you're lying in the weeds there. So
that's all we can do.
Well, I mean, it's just it goes week to week, and you're kind of jockeying position through those sectionals and regionals, and those are kind of dress rehearsals, and then when you get to semi-state, that's you gotta be on your game that day, and then sometimes from there, depending on your season, the following week is icing on the cake, or the following week is the punctuation mark of the exclamation point. If you're and in that case this year, if you're say if as opposed to when you're in that position and at New Prairie, it's like, okay, we're going to state, then you're looking to put an exclamation point on it. That we're not just happy to. You're always happy to be going. We don't just want to make the trip. So be kind of we're glad to be here type of thing. Yeah, you want to.
We want to
go down there and make it memorable.
We want some all-state girls. We want, I'm only owning it because we have the talent to do it. I challenge the girls. I said, it's here.
Yeah.
But you got to do the work.
Right.
You'll ultimately determine our fate. But even within the dueling, it's gonna be a it's gonna be a bloodbath.
Well, yeah, you guys will be brass knuckling, almost
every week with the Trojans
on a weekly
and the Indians
basis there. So, are you?
Crown Point's gonna be good this year too. I mean, it's just Wheeler will run into them at Sexton. So I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh no, not at all. Yeah, you actually mentioned a couple of names there, and we haven't really gotten out too far in terms of expectations of who else is going to be on the landscape out there. But there's going to be some pretty darn good girls teams out there. Kind of looks like the boys fairly wide open there.
Boys is wide open.
Couple of teams that might have a nose in front, but that girls side, I mean, there's some pretty elite teams out in front there. That's going to really kind of be setting that proverbial.
On the boys' side, Aaron's going to have a good squad this year.
Yes.
They've been in.
They're a little under the radar just because they didn't advance last year.
But he did a great job last year.
He's all lined up with young kids. So
and on like I said, the girls' side, Wheeler, Chesterton, Lake Central, Crown Point.
Yeah.
Then you got the Lafayette teams coming up.
Sure,
Warsaw's going to be really good. It's going to semi-state will be exciting. Yeah. And then you got the individuals. Lowell's going to be good. I mean, everyone here is going to be good.
Well, that's right. Everybody showed up tonight to look at.
It's been great. This has been awesome. I could talk this all day long.
Oh no,
there's other people in mind.
That's what I was telling Jay. So we could have this conversation go on for hours and hours. Just lastly, just talk about. Did you go away for camp?
We did actually. We just got back from camp. We went last week. We were gone Monday afternoon, all day Tuesday, and then came back Wednesday. Props to the Chesterton coaches. I was looking at them for ideas, Coach Ray and Coach M, and we went to Tippecanoe and Winnemac. So we took 35 of 47. So we have 47 on the team. We took 35, and the girls didn't want to come back. They're like, Coach, can we do one more day, 2 more days? I'm like,
that's pretty cool, all right.
So next year, we're hoping to add a day. Had great help from Coach Henderlong, Coach McInerney, and then we had a great group of dads.
Nice.
So for our camp, we bring dads.
No kidding.
And they cook and they get to fly. So it gives them time to bond with the girls, get to know the team.
I was going to say, usually it's the moms that know.
Moms are in charge of the pasta parties during the year.
So you get a bunch of dads. And
dads are great.
Good for them. Wow.
So we've done that. That's something I got from Boomer, who I think got from Coach DeVries.
Okay.
And so we haven't gone in 2 years.
Right.
And the girls loved it. So it was a great trip. And
nice to have it back.
Yeah, team bonding and stayed in cabins. So
just be able to
I'm sure they're watching. All right, maybe next year we'll add one more day. We'll see how
that's right. Just good to be doing it again. So I always enjoy it. Always a pleasure.
Keep in touch.
Always great.
If you need anything, let me know.
We will see you soon.
We'll be out here.
Yeah, you probably. I don't think the first time we'll see you because it's not Lemon Lake this week.
Our first local meet is Scrupa, the Lake Central Invite.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, and then we have a Tuesday meet that week, and then Scrupa.
Yeah. You have a couple out of.
Yeah, we're going Scrupa, Manchester.
Okay.
Wildcat and Marion.
Okay.
New Prairie, Highland.
Okay.
Conference.
Okay.
This year conference is where we host at Sunset.
Okay. So, all right.
All right. We'll see you.
Fantastic.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Stay real, man. You always do.
Go White Sox.
All right. Oh, you're killing me. He had to drop the White Sox.
I had to do it.
I had to do it. Too good of a friend to start a fight with him. So. Not that I'd win. So. We are welcoming back a former Regionite who is back in Northwest Indiana again. When did you graduate from Hebron?
I graduated in 2002.
Coach Stahlbaum were you a Dave Walker guy?
I was Dave Walker's last year.
Wow.
I actually took his daughter to prom a couple times.
No kidding.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
He let you do it a second time.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm a gentleman, so.
Yeah, good deal. Awesome to have you back. You weren't too far away, Rochester, right?
Yeah, been at Rochester for the last 13 years teaching. I think I coached 12 over there.
Talk about just when this opportunity came up and to with Coach Brown, Aaron, getting out of it, and just when you saw that job opportunity, was it just kind of take it from there?
It was kind of a funny situation. I was my mom actually got sick, so I kind of moved back here to kind of help out with her a little bit. And so I knew I was kind of done at Rochester. I kind of told administration that I was on my way out. I was looking for jobs, but I was looking for teaching jobs.
Yeah.
And the Munster job opened up, and I applied for it. And I was like, well, I know Coach Brown a little bit. I'm going to email him and see if he needs any help.
Okay.
I emailed him to see if he needed any help coaching, and he's like, oh, I just retired. And I was like,
so yeah, I do need some help.
So there is some coaching. He's like, the job is actually open. And I was like, well, I'm going to apply for that too. So this kind of just worked out.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I was going looking for this job right away.
Sure.
It was kind of making a life change for me.
You knew you were
family stuff.
You knew you were gonna do something else.
Yeah, and I applied to 2 or 3 other jobs over here too.
Yeah.
But then once I saw that coaching job was open too, I actually got offered another job at another school. I won't say where, but
that's okay.
I turned that one down for this one because this one had coaching with it. So
okay. Well, great. You could get to continue to do your passion because, like most coaches, you do not get to. The coaching doesn't pay the bills. Yeah?
No. It turns out they don't pay you enough to pay the mortgage or the truck payment.
I was going to say, or the gas,
or the gas.
So yeah, it's the labor of love that you do it for, not the stipend. So
it's been an interesting transition moving over here to try to get ready in time for school, and
Yeah.
But I actually missed most of the summer training. So
so did this guy take care of that?
He did actually. He's
okay. We should introduce Matthew. And is it Linda Mayer? Or?
Yeah, it's Linda Mayer.
Linda Mayer. Okay, because we never met last year, so I was looking at the names and I wasn't sure if it was Mayer or Meyer there. So, but pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on your success last year, and just bridge the conversation there as far as like Coach, coming in and just. You
coached over the summer. Say how it was.
Taking the bull by the horns, as it were, and kind of bridging that gap between Coach Brown and Coach Stahlbaum coming in.
Yeah, well, over the summer we didn't have a coach, obviously.
Yeah.
So, and for track, for that matter, we didn't have a track coach this past season, which was crazy.
The distance guys didn't.
The distance guys, we had a head coach, yes, but he didn't really know much about distance. So me and Arya Zmanian, who was just graduated, we kind of talked, made up some mileage plans for the guys, just something basic because we don't know everything. But
But you're a runner, right? Yeah.
But we know some things. We do it. So over track and during the summer, we just start giving mileage, easy stuff, easy workouts, stuff that will potentially make you run faster.
Just keep guys running, and you knew from the training. Okay, a long slow day or a speed day or whatever. So you had enough, working knowledge to where it's like, okay, we mix it up a little bit, so you're not your legs and your mind are doing the same thing day in and day out there, and good. Precursor to go into coaching for you, huh? Or do you want to do that someday?
Well, I mean, it's hard to manage all these kids.
It's tough, right?
I give a lot of credit.
A greater appreciation for what the coaches do now.
Trying to get everyone on the same page is just such a hard thing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, they did a good job because, I mean, coming in first day of practice, like, most of the team was ready to roll.
Finished product. There you go. Could cut you a little. I was going to say, I don't know if you probably can't give you money, but I saw you see you got to give them a little bump at the end of the season there.
Needless to say, I was a little nervous at the beginning. Like, I don't know what kind of shape this team's going to be without a coach around.
Yeah, you're probably walking in worried about you're going to see 20 guys looking like me coming at you.
Yeah, I didn't need to worry. They were ready to go. I mean, I think the first week of practice went really well.
Yeah.
And they were, for the most part, the top 10, 11, 12 runners on the team all got a really good amount of base mileage in the summer.
Terrific. So. And either of you can speak to this, but what's back and who graduated? You have you lost a good bit, right? Or,
no, actually.
Did you have most back?
We only lost 2 seniors.
Okay.
One in the top 5 and one in the top 7. So pretty much the same team as last year.
Yeah.
We're able to fill those spots this year and even add more guys. So
Okay.
We have, I think, a pretty deep team this year.
Okay. High expectations then, I'm assuming.
Very high expectations.
Yeah, I mean, that was – and I don't know if calling that last year was a surprise that you guys made it out, but I think to some people it was because you might have been – maybe it's because you're west and you're off of that maybe Porter County radar a little bit. A lot of conversation is, maybe that way, but it's like, oh wow, Munster made it, and it was an incredible story because Aaron was low-keying the fact that he was in his last year, but that the story had kind of gotten around and all that. So I mean, what an incredible final chapter.
It's a great way to go
for
out.
him, but I think so. And I don't know. Tell me, am I right or wrong? So expectations coming into this year got to be higher because of what you did last season.
Yeah, they're very high this year. Potential regional championships or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had I think there's 7 seniors on the team.
Yeah.
It's not very often you get a team that
wow.
has 7 seniors.
Yeah.
And we got a couple sophomores that have really improved.
Yeah.
I saw their times last year, and they've, based on the first week of practice here, they've really got a lot better.
Terrific.
So we got a couple of young guys mixed with some upperclassmen that are all very motivated.
So the daily workouts are very competitive then. So
yeah, we're all up there competing with each other.
Are you individually I know first and foremost you want to get that team to the Holy Grail in Terre Haute, but just from an individual standpoint too, you're looking to be one of the big dogs in the area this year and running up there with the Cole Raymonds, and you tell me some of the other names. I'm trying, because there's a lot of openings out there. There were a lot of seniors last year. Obviously the Alpha Lucas Guerra graduated, and but there's some spots to be had. Do you feel like hey, I'm as capable as anybody?
Yeah, I do feel capable. I mean, I've been training all summer. I've been getting ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think did you make it to state as a sophomore?
Yeah, sophomore year I qualified individually.
He was an individual as a sophomore too. So.
Okay. I think that's what I saw in my information. And then last year, so this isn't like a make amends for you or anything like that, but you've had a taste of it. You want to get back to something.
Last year wasn't too good of a year for me, but I'm ready to bounce back and get going.
Yeah. And just with what coach is doing, has it been a relatively seamless transition for you as far as just what he's doing, or what maybe what do you like that's happened so far just with the new regime, as it were?
Yeah, we're doing a lot more easy days. Really,
I like
focusing on I love the sound of
I love easy days. So, if you could put 7 a week together for me, that'd be great. But I'd still get better at running. There's a problem with that, though. You got to have some hard days sprinkled in there, don't you?
Yeah, we do have about 3 or 4 hard days a week, but the rest are easy, and it's great. I mean, I think it's going to help us stay healthy and stay healthy through the season.
Your legs are going to respond favorably at the right time, and at the most important races. So, when do you guys open?
Crown Point this weekend.
You're there this Saturday.
So we're there, and then we go to LaPorte the next weekend after. So
you start with a good one right off.
I think we do have a few kids, not going to have 10 practices in time for this weekend. And some people had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
All it took was missing one kind of thing.
Well, right. Yeah, because you got
pretty early in the season.
Well, yeah, you don't have a whole lot of time. It's not like you're not practicing before the first official day, but to officially be eligible to run that early, you'd probably have to have all 10 of those in to run that first race. So a lot of just excited to be back to kind of some normalcy this year, and being able to do some things you didn't get to do last year as far as team bonding, dinners and whatnot that were
illegal.
We're not in play last year because of COVID. So.
Completely, yes.
Yeah. And just how important is that in the big scheme for cross country? It's a team sport within an individual sport, and just building that camaraderie and dynamic, I guess.
Yeah. Last year just didn't feel the same. It was just. It
was hard.
It felt odd.
It was tough.
A lot of those invites were messed up schedules.
Everybody getting through that. And I remember being out at New Prairie. I think I was at New Prairie for 9 hours. I got there. The first race was at 7. I think the last one was at around 3 o'clock.
That was quite a day.
Yeah, that's a long one. And then you couldn't even be around. You you ran, and you basically didn't even. I don't even know if you pitched camps that day. You just threw your stuff down and went back to the bus. So were you you guys? I'm assuming you guys were in there.
Rochester was there too.
Yeah. So let me wrap up with you. I've been asking the kids who have been here to rank their their order of favorites among pasta, pizza, and salad.
Ooh. I want to have to go with pizza number 1, and then pasta, and then salad.
Then salad. Salad a distant third.
What kind of pizza specifically? What are you looking at here? Like a pineapple? Like
do you a mainstream guy? You a meat lovers guy?
I do like meat. I'm a meat lovers guy. Sausage pizza is my favorite.
Pepperoni, yeah.
Not one of those vegetarians.
Right.
Not a vegetarian.
If it goes into salad, it doesn't go on.
It doesn't seem right for distance running.
That's what we're saying here. But the unofficial polling leans toward pasta so far, and I guess that must go with the carbs thing.
It's not, which isn't fair since we're having this podcast at a pizza place.
No, exactly.
They should throw out a little thank you to Beggar's Pizza for having us.
That's exactly right. So it's like we try to facilitate the business for our gracious hosts here. So welcome back to the region. I don't know that you ever really left too far. You left physically, but
I mean, Rochester did come here for the semi-state,
but we weren't too far away.
But that's just like it was right on that line where just no one really talked about it. It didn't matter if I was from Hebron or not. Everybody forgot about me.
Kind of back home again.
Yeah,
in a way, a little geographically northwest, right, from where you grew up.
I'm excited to be back here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, great stuff. Good to have you guys. Thanks for coming out. Best of luck to you
thanks for having us
on the season.
Yeah, thank you for doing this.
Great to see you. Great to see you back again, and best of luck. We'll be talking to you along the way.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We are plodding our way through the final hour here on the 2021 Northwest Indiana High School Cross Country Preview, brought to you by Tempo Run Timing and Events, and held here in Crown Point at Beggar's Pizza. I've been joined by Ben Vickers of Andrean. Congratulations on the new position there, and welcome. Andrean class of 1981 here, so hopefully the alma mater is heading in the right direction for cross country. Let me just how, I guess in general, how are things going for you so far?
So it's going well. Been a little slow to start, but everything's starting to find its place a little bit.
Yeah.
Still learning the program over there,
Sure.
learning the school. So
Sure.
I kind of walked in the middle of track season, so
Right,
it was
right.
a little rough start, but it's going well. I'm enjoying it.
Give me a little of your background. Just are you just in terms of where you've coached, where you've run?
I'm a runner myself, and I like to run marathons.
Yeah.
So, when I started running back again, I decided I wanted to get back to the community and coach. So I went and took coaching classes and stuff, and started coaching at St. Mary's in Crown Point.
Yeah.
And I've also helped coach for the Calumet Region Junior Striders.
Terrific.
And I've been doing those two for about 8 or 9 years. And then I also had a short stint at Bishop Knoll, and that's when I made the move to here.
Gotcha. Okay. So first venture into being a head coach at the high school level?
No, I was at Bishop Knoll.
You did the same at Bishop Knoll?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the drive was a little too far.
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
what it's not that I didn't like the school. I liked it, but
you stayed in the Diocese of Gary, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, cross country at Andrean. How do you get it to where you want it to be? Years ago, Rick Torres, when he now at Calumet College, had a very successful run there, but it's the school's not as big as it used to be. When I was there, we had 1,000 kids in the school.
Yeah.
It's darn near maybe 400 or thereabouts now.
Yeah, I think around 450, something
it's
like
not
that.
a terribly big school anymore. It's a two-way school by classification when you're talking like your basketball and things like that. So what's the they fared really well in your footballs, and your basketballs, your baseballs, your softballs. How do you get a sport like cross country, back and rolling again? And it's not unprecedented, but how do you get it to where you're back in the conversation around the area?
Well, I think we need to focus back on helping out CYO like they used to when Rick was there.
Everybody's got to have a feeder, right?
Yeah, I had to have a feeder and start hosting and helping out, get our name out there, let them see what the program's all about. Yeah. We're going to try to help with their CYO championships this fall and time that, work that, and maybe host an invite and trying to get our name back out there, let the kids see the program. We were helping out at a couple of the meets they had in the springtime for track, and we went out there with the team helping them out. And I got some good response and good feedback from some of the athletes, and some of the athletes are enjoying. So
terrific.
Yeah,
because it's not a sport in most cases. I know there's exceptions, but where kids just decide, oh, I'm going to run cross country.
Yeah. No.
What if it's a basketball player or some other sport where they might condition for that sport, so the coach has them go and do cross country. But for the most part, it's not one of those things where you. And it can be hard to cultivate interest, and you've got to a lot of times build that interest pre-high school and get those kids where they've had exposure to it and they understand, the physical challenges of it and just the mind over matter stuff. And there's a lot that goes into it. It's not. No sports are easy, but I mean, this is as much of a I think as a grinding sport mentally as there is, where you have to be strong in here and strong in here, and you might have the physicality for it, but man, if you don't have the mental makeup,
And I think it's also important to have that fun side of the program too. Then the kids are wanting to come to practice and enjoying their time there.
It's not all.
They need to see that that's a part of it is the bonding that team makes together is like no other sport.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you share
spending so much time together.
You deal, and it's a little cliche, but the blood, sweat, and tears, and I mean, I know there can be some blood involved. You catch a spike, or and certainly the sweat and certainly the tears. So you share those challenges,
those experiences,
and that adversity, and you get through that in an individual dynamic, but there's a team component to that as well, and just how you and not physically pull somebody along, but just the idea, like you're running in a group and say, oh, come on, or somebody's slipping back a little bit, and you're mentioning his or her name and say, hey, come on, we're right here, let's go, that type of thing. So that's huge in this sport.
And I think it's for like the development side, they're trying to build our program back up too. I got to make it so that they see it as a sport that they want to try to do or continue to do from the middle school side, because a lot of them will go one sport or the other.
Right.
And
doing it for other reasons.
Yes. Yeah. So I think it's important. I also work well with the other coaches at the school. Yeah. I got some multi-sport kids that are right now doing soccer at the same time.
Well, right. Yeah, you got to understand what some kids are all about, and everybody's got different I don't say agenda, but just goals and so forth. And that's a tough juggle, but there's fair number of kids that are out there, especially at a smaller school where they play both, and it's a tough commitment and a tough thing to pull off. But if you're able to do it, ultimately, you're gonna. Both sports can benefit from it, as opposed, because you look at it on the surface, sometimes it's like, well, how can that be good? They're just getting pulled both directions, but it can be mutually beneficial, right?
Yeah, just have to work with the other coaches and work a lot more with the athletes and give them a little more. That's the nice thing about a smaller program too, is the athletes get a little more one-on-one attention with the coach too.
Well, right.
Instead of sometimes some of the real big schools,
right?
It's.
Yeah, they had the Lake Central folks in here, earlier talking about having 40, 50 kids. And the Coach Starkey from Covenant Christian is here, and they're just, 5 girls. So they got a girls team for the first time. So it's like, you're walking a fine line there. Nobody can get sick or hurt.
That's what I have right now too in girls.
Yeah.
As well.
So, but you also see big picture. I mean, you don't want a kid to run in a situation that's not, advantageous to them. Mm-hmm. So you got your short-term goals, your long-term goals where you want to be, building for the end of the season. And, and I guess just in general, the expectations or the goals for the season, just slow but steady progress. Just keep building on your starting point from your first race, and just keep dropping times as you go from one Saturday to the next.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I try to tell my athletes too is make a daily goal, something small, simple, and then make a weekly goal, a monthly goal, and try to attain those little goals. Reaching those little goals helps win the confidence, will help keep you structured, and keep you focused throughout, because cross country is sometimes a long season.
Yeah. Well, the longer the better, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very true.
Let's see, and what's the just the ceiling for you guys this year? I mean, just a lot of potential for some kids to really improve, and just see where that takes them as time goes.
I see a couple new athletes too that I think are going to do very well this season, and I expect some good things about the returning athletes that we've had in the past years.
Yeah,
and I'm still learning them as well as athletes.
Yeah,
I knew a couple of them from Striders and from St. Mary's already.
Got a little familiarity with them.
It's going well.
Yeah. Throw out you want to toss out some names, some kids who are maybe going to be prominent for you, or
for me?
You're out of position where some kids who've been looking good, have been working hard.
Yeah, well, like I said, small school. I've seen a couple of freshmen coming out that are doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Julian Mendez and Brie Loza. And got some of my returning vets starters on they've been there for a while, like Nicole Cespedes, returning senior.
Yeah,
she's running pretty good right now as well, and Gina Capello, and
so pretty wide open, clear canvas for you this year, right? As far as what their capabilities are, and what they can achieve from day one to the end.
Yeah. I'm hoping to see some good things out of a couple of my boys too. I think they have the potential there, so it's good.
Any of the boys you want to mention?
Yeah, like Curtis Wong. He's been running really. Him and Joseph O'Donnell. They ran a lot together and ran the same track meets together around that same time. And I see them pushing each other, working themselves along, and doing well running together. And I see that little bond building. So things are looking good for them too.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add at this point? You just excited for the opportunity and see where you can take this?
I've been really enjoying it here at the school. I'm glad I made that choice and decision to change. I think I've found a good place to be.
Yeah, terrific. It's personal to me, so it's always going to.
Bring some stability and longevity back to the program, and where I can build it and work with NCYO and help them out and help us out at the same time.
It's a great, it's a great school community, and I've, it's still near and dear to me. I'm 1,000 years after I graduated from there. So I wish you nothing but the best in your endeavor on 5959 Broadway, and looking forward to talking to you along the way. We appreciate you coming out.
I appreciate you having me and putting this together with Louie and Scott. So
good stuff. Hope you got a bite to eat beforehand, or get something before you have to go.
Thank you once again. Appreciate it.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
for sitting down with me.
Yeah, glad to meet you. Northwest Conference Crossroads opponents crossing paths here as we transition to Highland here. And I thought for a second I had two runners sitting down next to me here. The coach doesn't look too much older than the runners.
Oh, yeah.
So Christian Zendejas, did I get that right?
Oh yeah, you got it right.
Okay, all right. I don't inflect real well. So, but some big shoes to fill, and for you and your teammates as well. It was the kind of the golden era of Highland cross country there with Lucas and Rob. I don't give Rob too much credit there because I know it was mostly Lucas, right, Rob? So, but just being and just you're stepping into the role as a coach and having a kind of the post Lucas era here, and just how the impact of having him is going to benefit the program going forward as as far as that legacy he left behind.
Yeah, Coach Rob, he was my coach when I was in high school, and coming from this program and also seeing Lucas, grow up as a young age runner, he did a phenomenal job as a Trojan. So as an alum, it was fun to watch. But also being assistant coach last year for track and field was even, it was bittersweet. So we still talk to this day, and he's told me so many great things that he wants for this program. And as a head coach now, I get that privilege to, now do that. As an alum, you want to see this program succeed. But,
special to you, right?
Oh, now I have that motivation as a head coach. So, his legacy will allow, so many numbers to come through this program that I want, this team to have. I look at this program to be the pinnacle team at Highland. I want to see this team rise up in the 50s to 60s by 4 years.
Terrific.
So big things to come from Highland. I know our team is very young. Those young guys look up to Lucas. I mean, they saw him go through the middle school program, and they realized they could be just like him. So over here at Highland, anything is possible.
What an ambassador, though. He was just...
Oh, yeah. Great guy, stand-up athlete, more or less. He was a great student in the classroom as well.
Yeah. I mean, you can have kids who are great athletes, and, Karina James over here is an example of that, too.
Oh, yeah.
But a kid who can be a tremendous athlete, but may or may not be that caliber of human being.
Oh, yeah.
And I rarely find that in cross-country, because cross-country kids are... 99.9%, wonderful people too, and I don't know if there's a correlation between the sport.
I think there is.
It's just more than a coincidence that exists there, but it's just wonderful kids, student athletes, personalities, the just ability to articulate, and just the passion that they have for their sport, and are just such facilitators to those that come after, and it sounds like that's what Lucas has done for Highland.
Oh, yeah.
And who knows the impact that he's going to have years going forward on the program. Maybe in 5 years or whatever years, there'll be a kid that said, "Well, we had this guy 5 years ago who was the state runner-up, and that's the reason I got into running as a 7th grader, and I wasn't very good. But I wanted to try it because I saw what it did for him and how he made himself into an elite caliber, Division I athlete and all. So yeah, there's good, there's good and bad, and it's bad that he's gone, but it's good. But there's momentum then. And why don't you introduce the young fellow we've been talking around here, and he can talk about how that impact has been on. Personal to him in terms of his development as a distance runner.
So this is my junior captain, Nick Shamel. Great kid. Honestly, a guy that looked up to Lucas. So it was his teammate for quite some time. So especially for that question, he was the guy that kind of was under his shadow and learned a lot from him.
Yeah. Learned an awful lot.
Yeah, when you have a guy like Lucas, I hope that you soak up every information you get.
If you don't learn from him, it's like you might as well just bag it and go do something else. Yeah, was it as simple as just the hard work that he put in? Was that the biggest takeaway, or just the thing that stood out to me was the humility of it? And there'd be times maybe kind of give him an open-ended question and try to get him to brag a little bit on himself. And I'd be the same with this one over here. It's like there's just the humility factor is but there's an inner confidence, but you don't. There's not you don't. They don't announce that. They let the performance speak for itself. But I was so, as fast as he is and as strong as he is, I was probably more impressed with him definitely was more impressed with him as a young man, and just how's that carried over and positively affected you?
Lucas, he was a big role on the team throughout my freshman year and my sophomore year. Ran with him between both my freshman year of cross country. Didn't run with him in track. I was injured throughout that season, but last year he was a big help. Big role model. to just us as sophomores, and now of the sophomores of us four as juniors. You know, he was a big leader to us on and off the field. Great kid in school. You know, performed exceptionally well. You know,
what's the single biggest takeaway for you from your Lucas Garrett experience?
I would say
it's
that
like a movie.
Yeah, it is. I would say never to give up. You know, he had a tough time. You know, throughout his whole year.
Personal, things he had to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, cross country is a mental sport. You know, I think he shows that he has a great mental attitude towards the sport. You know, to come into every meet, you know, meet by meet, never, you know, forget about the last one.
Sure.
And just do better at the next one. You know.
Has he left for Georgetown already? Or
Not yet.
Has he been around a little bit? Still kicking around with you guys at all? Or?
We see him. He runs with a couple of the alums. You know, down the bike trail. He just handed off something to me for this year, the binder for the team. Yeah.
Ooh, is that like some symbolic or just important? What should the word I'm looking for here? Just a kind of passing of the torch type of thing. Yeah.
It's been in our program since 2003.
The binder.
Yeah, it started out as a captain binder. I'm in it too, so it's pretty cool that the youngins now get to read that too. But yeah, that's our tradition as you know that brotherhood factor.
Yeah.
So he handed it off today, and it was pretty cool. I mean, it's like starstruck.
You got it. Huh? You're gonna have it for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm gonna have it this year by myself. Okay. And then when the other three juniors come up to senior year, they can read it also.
So is this a seniorless team or?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Very young.
So in a way, that's probably good. I mean, maybe you're gonna, maybe you'll take a few bumps and bruises this year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you'll learn a little bit, and then you'll transition to that. I don't say it'd be too cheesy and say new era, but a little bit of a transition from somebody who was so dynamic to a team that's going to establish that identity, that post identity now. Because you can't ride those coattails anymore, so you just have to but you don't want to insult the legacy area, so you'll keep on doing what he did, and you'll perform to your maximum capabilities.
These boys are creating their own legacy. I've been preaching that since day one. Again, 9 incoming freshmen came on the team. 4 juniors. So we graduate no one this year.
Wow.
No sophomores. So yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of bumps and bruises.
4 juniors and 9 freshmen.
Exactly. And that varsity lineup is going to be fresh. A lot of those guys have never been in situations like normal teams will be. But they're more than capable to be up for the challenge.
Thank goodness there was a Guerra effect or whatever there as far as pulling guys in.
The style of running and motivation over at H-Town is what we call it. Is a different type of style. We love the hard work. What we really call it as blue-collared work.
Sure.
Us boys over at Highland, we go through so much adversity, and our sport doesn't really get noticed as much. So we try our best to bring the light to Highland distance running. And in the past 10 years, I think with Coach Rob being in there and Lucas, and then other past alum have done a great job. So now it's our turn to continue that and improve it as much as we would, do just as much as they did.
Well said. And I do want to take a second and say, and I've confronted Mr. Harrington about this, but I've brought up the story with him of, has he ever shared the story of how he was the rabbit in the Duneland conference meet one day?
You know what? I think I remember that story because I think I was there.
Okay, because he did it just to be in the picture. He said, if I go out really, really fast at the beginning, I'll be in that picture. I won't be there at the finish line, but I'll be there at the beginning picture because I remember he ran at Maryville, and so last time I saw him, I think maybe at the Highland Invite, I mentioned that story to him. So I remember you were at Maryville. You were the rabbit in the Duneland meet when it was out at PNC at the time, in Westville at the Michigan
Hey,
City.
roll Pride.
So there you go. And lastly, real quick, I've asked all the individuals as they've come up here to rank, their pasta, pizza, salad. One, 2, 3.
Like in down the list?
Favorite,
top to bottom.
Definitely pasta for me. Okay, what kind? Marinara, Alfredo, cheddar.
That'd be Alfredo with shrimp.
Nice. Okay.
First.
All right. All right.
And then
you thought this one through?
Yeah, I did think this one too.
Very good.
Pizza.
Pizza in second.
Pizza, I would say a nice margarita pizza.
Ooh,
with nice basil
wow.
on it.
Oh, fancy.
All right. Ooh, you're a Food Network.
Yeah, I
guy.
was about to say.
All right.
Sorry.
And then said, no, don't apologize. I watch Man vs. Food every day.
I love that show.
So I love it too. So obviously I don't run like you do. So, and then salad a distant third. I guess.
Salad, I would say a nice Caesar salad with ranch on top.
Not bad. Okay,
Not
so
bad.
you
Classy.
You'll mingle. You'll get maybe all three on a table at a time. So have you had a chance to eat tonight here at Beggars?
No.
Or, all right, you guys gonna stick around? Some days?
Oh, yeah.
It's on Louis' dime. So
Oh yeah,
make
and
sure
the White Sox are on
make
too.
sure you
So
buy- another Sox fan.
oh yeah,
I know.
hey, Southside till I die.
No,
Man. I'm a Cubs fan, so
It's you know what? I'm sorry. We're
it's okay. We're taking a beating.
We're going down in the I don't know
It
what.
happens.
Just to,
You guys can celebrate with us this year when we win.
All right. Well, I'm letting you go. Thanks for being here.
Hey, no problem.
Congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Continued success in facilitating that
Yeah.
Highland Pride. We'll look forward to seeing you along the way, and we'll certainly be out there for your invitational, and hopefully it won't be 105 degrees in the shade there this year.
No. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
My pleasure. Thanks
Thank
again.
you. Perfect.
All
Thank you so much, Mr. Peters.
Yeah, look at who gets to follow you. So. All right.
Oh boy.
All right, tough act to follow. All right. Yeah, good. Thanks, guys. We are in the midst of greatness. A state champion is in our presence here tonight.
Yeah, we had a little
Karina James.
we had a little programming change, so
Right.
we had to slide in a little earlier. So thank you, Coach Andrea, for giving us her spot.
Oh, there you go. That's
She's
right.
still
It was
mad at me,
supposed to go
so-
Highland
Yeah,
back
yeah,
to back.
yeah.
That's right. All right. See, when you're a state champ, you can just elbow people out of the way.
No.
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you? Thanks for having
I'm
us.
all right. No, thanks for being here. Lend some class to the show. So, Louis just enticed me with pizza and pop. So
Me too.
So, so I should ask you that question first. What's your pizza, salad, pasta standings? What's 1, 2, 3?
Definitely pizza first.
Definitely pizza first. Any kind in particular? Or?
I'm more of like a cheese girl. Sometimes like to throw some veggies on top.
Oh, so you mix the salad in there.
Yeah. I kind of
Peppers and
Yeah,
mushrooms.
if that's what you want to
or-
say.
You like spinach on pizza?
Yeah, I like
or-
mushrooms,
Yeah.
spinach,
I'm not
peppers.
a.
Maybe a little onion here and there.
All right.
Just
Just
depends on
for
the
just for a
day.
little taste. So.
It's actually crazy.
Yeah.
My number one, meal after a race is pizza. I'm always craving it.
Are you?
And it's
No kidding.
I don't know why.
Right.
it's a real coincidence.
And guess
but-
what? You probably get to stop after races this year and
Yeah.
have something, right?
Yeah.
Or-
Hopefully.
It looks like we might be able to have a 2019-ish normal season here if we
Yeah.
can. Folks mind their P's and Q's here and do what they're supposed to do, but we'll see. But a little bit, back to normal there. So,
Yeah.
was pasta 2 and salad 3 just to make it official, or was
I would say
it pasta? Yeah.
I would
pizza
say
1,
salad and then pasta.
salad then pasta.
Yeah, if we're having like all
Yeah,
three,
okay.
you kind of got to do like
You'll go the one you want the most first,
Yeah.
and then work your way from there.
Yeah.
So I think pasta is probably the unofficial leader though among
Yeah.
the other kids here though. So it's there's been a couple pizzas though. So I think your
Yeah.
boy before you was pizza as well.
I have
so.
a hard time making decisions though.
Yeah.
So like it would probably be different
Yeah.
tomorrow and it's probably different yesterday.
Well, you don't have a hard time making decisions on the cross country course. Though. It's like it's time to go.
Yeah.
It is time to go, and it's like it's after that it's over with. So
Yeah.
how are you embracing being defending champion? Are you gonna wear that? John was here from Valpo. You're talking about top 5 expectations for them being the top team back, and just wearing that. And well, for you, there's nowhere to hide. I mean,
Yeah.
how do you improve on a state championship?
Yeah, well, I think something that's going to really change my focus on the course this year is that last year I didn't expect to be a state champion.
Yeah.
And this year I feel like I'm going into my cross country season with a mindset that everything I've worked for has kind of
worked out, and I've built my entire base thanks to my coaches and my family and everything in between.
We kind of ignored Scott Coyle over here.
I am not that. It's okay. I'm not that important.
Scott helped facilitate the site, Baker's Pizza, here tonight. So that was. So he,
get a load of this guy.
Thank you, Randy Medina.
Half of Scott and half of Louie. What was it? Randy? You said
Randy Medina. He's the owner of Baker's Pizza.
Man, oh man, I've been smelling it for going on 3 hours now. And it's like I got the growler going. So I could miss a meal or two and it wouldn't be noticeable. So I think I threw a curveball there. So go ahead and resume what you were saying there about
that's okay.
Winning last year and not expecting it, and now everybody assumes it's like, okay, well, she's just going to win again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd like to think that going into any big race, up until the point that I won the state meet, I was always an underdog. Yeah. And quite honestly, this last track season, it may have been that way too. Okay. And my performances didn't appear as a state championship performance would, but in my opinion, medaling, top 6 in 2 events, let alone the 2 longer events, I think there's something to be said about that, but it's often missed when there's girls breaking statewide records. I mean, there's just amazing talent. And I mean, sometimes other performances get missed, but that makes me want to work all the more. And I don't mind being someone that, ends up being a 3rd prediction or a 5th prediction, because at the end of the day, I mean, it has to be a perfect day, and there's so much that goes in terms of conditions on the course, whether mentality and there's no pressure to it because the work is done. It's my senior year, and at this point, I feel like it's more of take the time, enjoy it, and almost leave in a finale type way. Yeah. Just kind of get out there and kick some butt.
What a beautiful perspective. I wouldn't have expected anything less from you.
So it kind of makes me feel like there is nothing to worry about. The hard part's over. I achieved the highest part that you can achieve as a high school athlete. So now what I can focus on is the Nike Nationals, the Nike Regionals. It's a bigger game for me now, and I don't know. I'm up for the
nice. Yeah, because you're the skin everybody wants to take down whenever you show up. It's like that goes up on a resume, and they can a one-time deal. They beat you in some nondescript meet in the regular season. It's like well, they can say no matter what they ever do in their life, I beat a state champion when I was 18. So
sounds like someone we know.
Our assistant coach, Caleb Chapman, ran against Cole Hawker when they were in 7th grade and beat him. So he's like, I beat him. So he kind of hangs out on the
he wasn't a slug in his own right. So he's pretty darn good too. Yeah. So, but you go and see what a Cole Hawker does, and it's like, oh my God, just the levels of ability that are out there for at such a young age. And John and I had meant, just the idea that U.S. women's marathoner, getting a bronze medal, and we're not known internationally necessarily for our distance running when in comparison to the Kenyans and the Ethiopians and that. So, and just the motivation of seeing something like that happen, and just and we talked with Christian about just the legacy Lucas left behind, and then will there be a Karina effect at Lowell going forward? There's another one.
The little one over there.
We got a little fan out there. Our fan Grayson is out there. She's already making it out to national meets. So we told her that she has to break my record.
So in about 10 years, how many?
8
years. 8 years. How old are you?
7.
7. Okay, so 8. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She already placed 6th at a national meet.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
Wow.
She's pretty quick. She might put up a fight against me.
So you got some numbers you need to put up this year to make that
Yeah.
bar a little higher to catch.
Yeah, but I think we're well on our way.
Yeah,
At least we like to think so.
You talked about being hungry for Baker's Pizza. What are you hungry for this season? So do you like that segue there?
I do. That was smooth.
That wasn't bad. Yeah, I do this for a living. So you'd never know by my outfit. But you just where do you? And again, I had a pretty good idea where you're going with this. But how do you keep that motivation, keep that fire burning, keep that that growl in the belly, as it were?
Yeah. So I don't know. Every single season, I've had a completely different perspective. Always focusing on one thing.
Yeah.
When I was a freshman, honestly, it was like my head's in the clouds. Like, how do I even run a race?
Yeah.
And when I was a sophomore,
Is that right? Was you really that way?
Oh,
It really was. She had her sister Annalise around, so it was always wanting to beat her sister. But she did have an interesting way to run races as a freshman. And we kind of had to reel that in as a sophomore.
That's a good way to put it. Probably a nice way to put it, right?
Yeah.
So you got a little more focused and dialed in on how you had to race.
I knew after a couple races that going out at a 5:45 was not where I was at. Now, who's to say I can do that now? But it took some time to realize you weren't the big dog anymore.
Well, right. Yeah.
So my freshman year was kind of just trying to adjust to being a high school athlete.
Sure.
And then my sophomore year, I think I really started to find like a niche for running, and I took it to an entirely different level in terms of like jumps.
Yes.
And I was really dialed in, and then I began to have a little bit of like anxiety and issues with like I feared slowing down instead of like focusing on what was happening in the moment. I was worried about would I be faster this year than last year, and so I took it seriously down to like diet, and I was really lean and I was healthy, but I somehow got injured. And so that kind of came up into my junior year, and my junior year focus was running not only healthy physically, but like healthy mentally, like not overdoing the stress. And look what happened, doing it all the right way, focusing on everything in between, but doing it in an appropriate way, not realizing you're not in the Olympics.
Well, right. Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, because exactly. 24?
Yeah.
24, 28?
Yeah, but this year I think it's more about like I know it now and embracing it now, but in a way that's almost fun, I'm excited. I'm excited to see like using all the tools in a full season. It took me a little bit to get adjusted. I was running into the track season we lost going into my junior year, but from there it was kind of just like smooth sailing. So I really want to focus on time. Place is a huge factor, obviously. Defending champion, that should be an obvious goal of mine. For me, I would just say, consistently running against the clock would be a really good position to defend my title. My focus this year is what can I do to defend my title? Obviously, I want to defend my title, but there's a lot of small goals that are going to have to be incorporated into my training to be able to achieve that.
Yeah, and you want to, cliche as it sounds, stop and smell the roses. Not literally in a race, stop and smell the roses, but just the figurative idea of enjoying all of it and embracing all of it, because these are all your last go rounds.
That's what he just said.
It'll be your last Bob Thomas, and sky point to Bob, who we lost a few weeks ago, and so I'm sure it'll be a special recollection of him at the invite this year. But just enjoy all of it. Enjoy going to eat the pizza if you get to be able to do that afterward, or just team things that were not on the table last year because of COVID. So,
we're looking to move forward.
So, do we want to let Coach talk a little bit about the team?
Absolutely.
Because you got some other kids.
We do.
Let's chat about number 2, and so forth.
Yep.
I'm assuming this is a B1. Right?
Yeah. So if we could get certain to be number 2, that'd be great.
Safe bet, yeah. 1 and 2.
Yeah, we only lost one senior in our top 10, so we returned a lot of kids.
Yeah.
We were really young last year.
Yeah.
And a lot of those young underclassmen got some good experience in races.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of kids who are hungry, who want that spot, who want to be in the top 7 to
Yeah.
be running varsity. So
Yeah.
Megan Brandon right now looks like our number 2.
Okay.
And then we got like 6 girls fighting for the 3, 4, or 5 spot.
Wow.
So
Okay, good.
that internal competition is going to be good for us.
Yeah.
You know, just the kids understanding they have to be on their best every day because there's someone else who wants their spot.
So in turn, the team expectations are the bars raised here too, and maybe be able to caravan along a little further along the way with number 1 here.
Yeah, it's kind of a sticking point that I'm going to eventually tell the kids about. That feeling that we weren't going down state as a team. Like, do you remember how that felt?
Yeah.
And like, we got to do what we got to do to try to get make sure we don't feel like that.
Yeah.
And, I think I think the expectation is that whether we can do it or not is kind of up to the kids.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're hoping that we'll take another shot at it, and I think we got enough to try to give it a go.
Yeah, and this one I would like nothing more than to have
our teammates.
Have 6 teammates inside the ropes with you, right? As opposed to yelling at you from outside.
Yeah, I mean, winning the state championships is a feeling that cannot be matched by anything else. And it was because I had so much family there and so many friends there. And some of them were unexpected to be there. But I remember my freshman year when we went down to Terre Haute with the team, and then we went down as a relay. And honestly, my best medal ever, alongside the first place medal, was our 4x8 team when we placed 4th. Because I mean, I don't know, that feeling was unreal. He can agree.
Yeah, because it's that shared experience.
Yeah.
You don't do it.
And she had her sister on the relay too.
Yeah, my sister was on the relay.
Yeah. So again, I reiterated the idea that you do this individually, but you do it within a team concept too, and none of you do it without your the support of the other ones, and no matter where you are in that pecking order. So.
Yep.
Fantastic. Again, congratulations on your junior year, and best of luck going forward. Always look forward to you filling up my recorder after a meet. So I just say, hey, and we got 15 minutes because I don't even need to come up with questions. So, and I find that a lot with cross country. Cross country kids are.
I'm a talker. You may be a talker. I don't assume the worst. But
I'm a talker. He knows I'm a talker. So hopefully they don't have to close before midnight here, because somebody will just have to club me with a pizza pan to get me to shut up. So, but fantastic. You're a wonderful representative of Lowell, the distance community, Northwest Indiana, and so on and so forth. Hope the process will get into thoughts about what your future holds at a meet here in short order, or what's in. You guys, lastly, start when? What's your opener?
This Saturday at
we'll
Crown Point.
See you at Crown Point.
Yep.
So we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah,
Thanks
absolutely.
again.
Thank you so
Pleasure.
much.
Appreciate you coming out.
No problem.
And appreciate you setting it up.
Hey, no problem.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
We're going to be sliding in Highland here, who they were gracious enough to flip spots with the Red Devils. You got 2 to bring in, or do you want to? We can talk to one, and then we can sub in the other 2 if she wants to. Andrea, let me know who you got here sitting next to me. This is Andrea Cunningham, coach at Highland, and she has one of her talented runners with me on my left, your right. Okay, my direction's right. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. This is Myra Hanley, one of our seniors.
Hi, Myra. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. My pipes are holding up okay. It's been since 5 o'clock. So just in first season as head coach?
First season as head coach.
Yeah, had you been an assistant, or just bring me up to speed on what brought you up to this point where you're coaching the girls at Highland this year?
Okay, so I actually ran for Rob in high school.
His name keeps coming up, and he stonewalled us tonight. He didn't show up.
I know, he's lame. It's
okay.
okay.
He's a big goes over to Crown Point.
I know, right? He forgot about us.
Yeah. What can you do?
No, he coached me. God, I graduated in 12. He took over, say 2010.
Okay.
Really fell in love with running.
Yeah.
I obviously fell in love with running.
Yeah.
I did it throughout high school.
Yeah.
I ran 2 years in college.
Okay.
And then I coached Girls on the Run.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, which was awesome in itself.
Yeah, great program.
And then, funny story, I had ran into Rob at the grocery store.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, hey, what have you been doing? Like, how are things going?
You were both in the fruit and vegetable section, probably.
It's funny because we were.
Yeah. See.
Right?
That was easy.
Right.
Now, if you're running into me, it's because you're in the snack aisle. So it's.
I mean, you can catch me there too, though. It's okay.
That's all right. So I just, it's all about balance, right? Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. That's right. Mine's like 80-20. It needs to be more 20-80. So.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can say the same right now.
Teenagers,
I know.
Don't know. They can just eat whatever they want. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, he had asked me to join his staff, and I was a volunteer a little bit at first.
Yeah.
And then I really got hooked into it. I was like, like this has been one of the things that has been in my life for God years at this point.
Sure.
And I really enjoy mentoring, young adults, and
Sure.
I mean even girls on the run, 3rd through 5th grade. I mean,
Right.
fantastic.
Well,
but,
that's where it all started.
yeah,
right?
but fell in love with it. Was his assistant for God. I seriously had lost count, but it's
Okay.
like 4 or 5 years.
Okay. You're
so,
too young to be having amnesia now. Come on now.
God, it's like every day.
Wow.
But
That's rough.
I know.
You're doing like contact running, or what? You're like hitting heads, or
No.
okay.
But he had called me up, and I knew he was getting ready to take this opportunity, and he's like, are you ready?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I mean, I couldn't pass something up like
right.
that. I mean,
Ready or not?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Hey.
And it's like, especially a place like Highland. Highland's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just like obviously the town, the people, the school. I mean, everything, just about it. So. Obviously, it was a quick yes, and I got ready as quickly as I could, and they embraced it, and we have had so much fun this summer.
So the kids knew you.
Yeah, they've known me.
So it's not like you. It's like, who's this chick? So,
yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, what was
she's
she talking
been here
about?
for years. And,
Yeah, so
I grew up new
yeah.
years,
So that was your role model growing up, right? Or you're okay to lie.
Yeah, you can lie. It's
just for story effect.
Yeah.
So. Well, yeah, so that helps, right? As opposed to somebody coming in, you don't know who she is, you don't know her personality, you don't know her coaching style, you don't know her sense of humor. And,
man.
You have to see it. And I vibe that you have a pretty good one, too, there.
I try.
That she can low-key joke it pretty well there, and little prankster action maybe, I'm guessing, too. So, but, so, I mean, that's important in this sport, right? I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, you can just beat yourself into the ground just with the work and the disciplines and everything else, and boy, but if you're not deriving some enjoyment out of it or something that makes you smile or whatever, man, it's
like, what? And then why are we doing it?
Well, I'm guessing because I'm clearly not a runner, but I mean that's got to be the case, right? I mean, it just can't be all that Spartan nature of it, where it's all the discipline. There's got to be the kid part of it, that the reason you
gotta have a healthy balance.
You had a kick out of it when you were 8 years old and you ran your first 1K fun meet or something, and then just some of that little kid that always has to stay in it as you move along years later, and then you balance the disciplines and the fun part of it. Right? Are you do a pretty good job of that? Is it were you from a discipline standpoint, dedication, are you still have fun with it, and they're able to, that helps you keep your commitment level and your dedication to the sport?
Yeah, of course. So I actually started running long distance in 3rd grade through Girls on the Run.
Kidding, wow.
And
there's
it's just
okay.
I've been doing it ever since, fell in love with the sport. And I kind of wasn't sure about joining freshman year just because I was so nervous.
Yeah, just the transition to the higher level.
But I am so glad that I joined the team. It has been the best years of my life.
Yeah.
All the girls are so supportive, and our team culture has grown tremendously throughout the past few years.
Yeah.
So
that's very
it's
important.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So this will be something you're gonna remember all your life, and then just maybe what you do in terms of performance becomes, as the years go by, just kind of becomes secondary to the friendships that were developed and forged, and people that you're gonna maybe be in in your life in one capacity or another long after, or you'll keep running. Hey, because it's a sport you can do all your life. Obviously you slow down a little bit as the years go by, but yeah, it becomes and I've heard the term more than a couple times tonight, a lifestyle, and becomes part of your life, and just continue to do it and be a part of it. And then as you go from being a runner to a coach, then start giving back from what somebody initially taught you. So kind of the circle of life there as far as cross country goes, right? Just passing that along.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Did just some kids that are going to be contributors for you this season. What? Just give us a little lay of the land on how things are going to shake out for your team. Just to, at least what you know at this point. Still early on in the proceedings. Do you have a pretty good idea already, or are you going to have a pretty balanced competitive group?
It's honestly like we got 5-6 new freshmen.
Okay.
That are going to be contributing like immediately.
Yeah.
Wow. and that's the most exciting part about this.
So big sister here. Then,
yeah,
right?
literally her and Amber, and I mean a lot of our other upperclassmen have really embodied kind of what our culture is about this year.
Yeah.
And they've really taken those underclassmen under their wings, and I mean it's something really fun to watch.
Yeah. Let's have Amber come at least stand back here so she's not out of the picture. Then after you do the food quiz, you can hand the headset over to her. But yeah, so really there is a real core of youth that are going to really have to be impactful this year, and then your older gals here will have to really provide the direction and the shoulder and moral support.
They've done a great job with that so far.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't ask for a better group of seniors.
Yeah.
I mean, a great group of juniors as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like kind of like their mother hens,
Yeah.
like it's one of the coolest things.
Right. Yeah. Big sis. Right? Yeah. So do you have little sisters, or are these going to be like your little sisters? The team.
Well, I mean, I do have like a younger sister, but
okay.
Like it's actually her birthday today. So
happy birthday!
Her, but,
yeah, what's her name? Go ahead and say.
Morgan. Hi,
How old's Morgan today?
She's 14.
Okay.
So, yeah,
fantastic.
Happy birthday. Sorry,
All
I'm
right.
missing the party.
Is she a freshman, or is she?
No, she's going to be in 8th grade this year.
8th grade. Okay, one more year then. Oh, she's not going to overlap with you then.
No.
Darn it.
Not.
Okay. All right. Well, she'll keep the tradition going. So. But yeah, so it'll be a just a big role for both of you this year to help them show them the ropes and get them through get them through the valleys and help them climb the peaks and that sort of thing. So looking forward to that, kind of being the little bit of the mama bird, or
Well, I really do love all of the underclassmen and the freshmen and everything. And we've actually known them for a while since we tried to incorporate the middle schoolers into our program from the very start.
Yeah.
And so on the first day of practice, they already knew all of us. And it was just so much fun.
Yeah,
and,
so you jumped straight into it. So.
And yeah, we always invited them to our team bonding activities and everything like that. So they were way more comfortable coming in than like I was as a freshman.
Sure.
Because we weren't necessarily as close then.
Yeah.
But
they facilitate those interactions, so it's like they've met you before and they know you're not this snobby, stuck up senior that's gonna just like not give me the time of day type of thing. That she's gonna be there. Because ultimately you got the same goals. You're both want to improve. Help the team along in the process of everybody improving, and the team improves. So okay.
And then there's also something that I think about pretty much like on a daily basis. On my first day as a freshman in cross country, there was something that Coach Luke actually said. And he told us to leave the team better than he found it. And I wholeheartly believe that we are accomplishing that.
I think
today.
it sounds like you're headed in the right direction. So all right, all right, tell me real quick before you hand the headset over. Pizza, pasta, salad, 1, 2, 3. Rank them for me.
Ooh,
You like them all?
I like pretty much anything.
So they all tied? This is like me. I like anything.
I'm a huge pasta fan.
Okay.
I love pasta.
Okay, we'll give pasta the bump, and then then
then I guess pizza.
Thai after that. And any pasta in particular? Alfredos,
Oh, just
marinara,
pretty much
cheese,
anything, like,
whatever. Just throw it all on
whatever.
there. Have you ever thrown it on a pizza or had a pasta pizza? Or?
No, I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
so.
Yeah.
Might have to try that.
I was gonna say, yeah.
At one
so-
of the pasta parties.
At one of the
this
pasta
year.
parties.
Yeah, there you
this
go.
year.
All right, well, let me know when you have that one. I might swing out on
I'll tweet you.
on a Thursday or Friday. There we go. All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then we'll let, since you came up, and Louis will appreciate the fact that you didn't step in front of the tempo run timing event sign, and we'll give you a quick shout, introduce yourself, and then we'll just give you the quiz real quick. And then, so go ahead, tell us who you are. And,
Okay, so I'm Amber Sopkowitz. I'm a senior this year on the Highland Girls Cross Country team.
okay, I guessed the Highland part. I just didn't
yeah.
know. Okay, very good though. All right, and then just real quick, just to, excited for the season, ready to lead this young group of Trojans coming up.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
From the get-go, all the freshmen that came in or whatever, they embody what our team is and what we stand for, and they're hardworking and dedicated.
Yep.
And I'm just really excited to see how they improve and how they fit into everything.
Yeah, and this will be a growing experience for you too, is being having to have some accountability for teammates as well as yourself too. Just not worrying about how well you run, but making sure they're coming along and progressing. And so that you're looking forward to that too. Is that something you're that'll be special about this year?
Most definitely. I'm super excited to step up into a leadership role and really just help guide the team to a successful.
You two been buds? Were you girls on the run? Little one too, or did you come to running later on?
I started running competitively my freshman year. She's the one who actually got me into it.
Oh, nice. Okay, good assist to you there. All right, nice job. Okay, I understand how that goes. That's how I am on Saturday morning when I got to get to a race. So, and then I'm not running. I still go, but yeah, good for her. And so shout out to her for keeping you on your getting you on your feet and getting you running. So
yeah.
So all right, most important part, pizza, salad, pasta, rank them, and we'll get you out of here so you can either go eat or you're not in school yet, are you? Isn't it starting school?
No, we don't start till the 11th.
All right. So yeah, what's
definitely pasta. That'll have to take the lead, and then it'll be salad and pizza.
Salad and pizza, and then a little combination of the three while you're all at once. All right.
Yeah.
And then in a particular type or
pasta, probably Alfredo.
Okay.
And then the other two I'm not too picky about. My pizza, I normally like mushrooms, so.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You're the boy here. I'm sorry. The first time I met him, I don't remember his name, but he said he was Alfredo with shrimp. So he was like he had that one thought out in advance. So.
Yeah.
And I didn't even give him a cheat sheet. He said immediately said Alfredo with shrimp. So good for him. Girls, pleasure to meet you.
Nice
all right.
meeting you
We'll see you along the way. Pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you
Nice to
too.
meet you too.
We'll see you on Twitter, and we'll
absolutely.
We'll see you at your first meet.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you.
again. Oh, I get them both? Yeah. I get them both. Oh, look at this. This takes me back. Many, 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 many years. What's up? How's it going? I don't, you'll have to give me your last name. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Muscala? Muscala.
Good
okay.
job.
Because you'll always be H.
Always H.
You'll always be H. So I saw you had Coach M on the email. Did you mean to send that to me today, or I was on that email about the strength coach. I was like, why did I get that? You know what I'm talking about?
We thought you were coming to strength training with us.
Oh yeah. I need to come to strength training. I got an email. Somebody hacked your email evidently. So.
What did it say?
No, it just said they're introducing the strength coach. They'll be there after the work. Somehow must have got on your email thread somehow or another.
Oh.
So
or someone hacked my email.
Doing emails behind your back. And then did you get married this summer?
I did. I just got married.
How's that going? See the ring?
It's going well. Yeah.
All right. My daughter just got engaged a couple weeks ago too. So
congratulations.
I might. No, it's not going to be quite then. So I was going to say I don't think she's not going to be till the spring. So I won't miss any cross country for daughter's wedding or anything like that. So, but and then your last name, because it was Nicole Hartford.
Yes.
When I was much younger, thinner rider, and
No, it's Hartford Rago.
Rago.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Okay, how are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
You've been here for a while.
Yeah, and I'm not even too raspy yet. The voice held up. So when I get home, I won't talk. So it'll be terrific for them. So,
Well, thanks for doing this.
this was it was
appreciate
awesome.
it.
You know, I appreciated the opportunity to do it, and Louis and his tempo run threw it together, and nice for Baker's Pizza to host it, and I just was neat to see it take off like this. I think 16 or 17 schools represented, and I thought you might bring a kid along. You didn't trust anybody with a headset on, or didn't want to give Bailey.
We got morning practice tomorrow
or,
at 5:45, so they need to be getting to bed here pretty soon.
Man, I might just be getting to sleep around then.
Right.
So, but so you got the whole farm back pretty much, don't you? Or and then just with some, I guess, hunger for some higher expectations, a better, an improved finish at state, get back there. Am I putting the cart before the horse? I'm sure.
No,
but,
I mean, on paper, we return all 7, and Nicole can chime in whenever she wants.
Absolutely, yeah. Just,
we return all 7, but, you never know over summertime if it's going to still be the same 7.
Sure.
But, right now we're looking pretty strong. We've got some underclassmen, our sophomores have kind of stepped up.
Yeah.
We've had one of our 6th runners, unfortunately, had a concussion in the springtime, and she's still kind of coming back from that, but she's improving. So
a cross-country concussion?
No, she got into a car accident.
Ooh, okay.
Bless her heart, and she's just been having a hard time coming back from
Okay.
that. And but it'll be interesting to mix it up, and it's given the sophomores, and we have some freshmen sneaking in there to step up and try to sneak into that top 7, that postseason roster.
Just run down that list of kids just that
are coming back.
That state roster from last year.
So we got Bailey Ranta,
Yeah.
Bree Gentry, Catherine White, Alyssa Dunlap, Sierra Bonner, and then Liz Hipschman and McKenna Hanley.
Okay, and then and some youngsters that might challenge for some spots.
Yeah, we've got Ali Sarazi, Peyton Lady, Addison Lady, Bella Smith, Grace Carpenter. So
goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Haven't really had much of a postseason experience, but that's kind of fun because that just shows because eventually these girls that are in our top 7 will graduate. So then we need these the underclassmen to be able to step up and fill those shoes.
Physically capable kids who are at the very least going to challenge on Monday through Friday to help everybody else get better on Saturday.
Exactly.
Even if they don't break through into that group then. So that's a pretty good spot to be in, isn't it? Yeah. You and Valpo are setting up for a pretty good battle this year.
On paper we both return our top 7, and the region's always been strong. So, you can never count any other teams out. So it'll be fun to start to see these upcoming meets. We race this weekend down in Terre Haute, so we're going to get to see some schools like Carmel and Bloomington North and Bloomington South. Wheeler will be there. There's a bunch of teams that are going to be competed in the state meet that we don't see until the state meet.
Well, right.
So this will really give us an idea of where the team is at, but Valpo, we were talking to John, his team's looking good, and I'm sure same for all the other teams that are competing for that spot to state. So it'll be, I always say anything can happen. Our goal is for the girls to have fun and more importantly, stay healthy for the next 8 to 10 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
and hopefully that fun part of it is back in the equation this year.
Yes,
that was just so hard last year. You're having to worry about so many non-running types of things that that were ancillary to the races, but they weren't going to be able to race if you didn't do all that business. So you just in that context, is it the preseason been a good time just as far as having a preseason and being able to get back to a relatively normal.
Coach Hartford, you can chime in on that one.
Situation, not having to deal with so much maybe with the masks and taking temperatures and anybody had a cold or coughing.
Right. Yeah, we were able to go to cross country camp again this summer, which we weren't able to do last year.
And where did you guys go?
We went down to McCormick's Creek.
Okay.
So that was really nice.
team bonding, which is huge for, I think, the success of the team, So we were able to do that and get in some really good training down there. And just like you were saying, just, not being so stressed at practice, worrying about, if the girls are healthy and things like that. And I think the girls too are looking forward to being able to do things like pasta parties. We train really hard. The girls have, great work ethic, and to be able to do those fun things again, it's exciting. So
just not being able to do any of that,
Right.
And just it was all just almost pins and needles sometimes.
Right.
Just worrying about something was going to happen or somebody wasn't feeling well.
Yeah, if we
Oh,
were going to actually have a season,
And
when
when
we
you're
cut short.
And when you're a cross country team, it's like, geez, you're together so much. It's
Right.
like something happens to somebody, there's probably a decent chance it was going to, happen to a lot of them. But it was just tough. I mean, kids were having to, mature and do an adult thing that maybe their age or shouldn't require, but just having to do stuff that's out of the ordinary. But again, by the same token, you got to credit to them for doing those things and following the rules and being able to get to where you had the full season and get to state and just get to now where I guess ultimately just be able to just focus on the running end of it.
Yeah, exactly.
And just
Be there to have fun and be with their friends and not have to worry about being 6 feet apart. That's been kind of nice. And
Right, walking up to somebody and it's like you don't know what kind of mood they're in because you can only see from
Yeah,
their,
exactly.
Say, is she in a bad mood? Or go over and ask one of the assistants, how's she doing today? So, I mean, usually you're in.
We can read their moods.
Good. Yeah. You'll have a top runner and go back in Bailey and just I'll touch on what you're looking from her this season. I know we tough finish for last year.
Obviously,
so,
the state meet did not go as planned for her. Bless her heart, she was totally a fighter there. She literally crawled to the finish line, and
incredible.
I don't know many other runners who had been able to do what she did. I mean, essentially, her body was shutting down, and she wanted to finish, for herself and for the team, and she did that, And this track season was just a breakout for her, to be able to go and run the 4x8 and run a 2:13 split and have the fastest time in the state for the 4x8 and for a split, and then come back and medal in the 2 mile. Just missing the school record by 0.03. That was huge for her both.
It's not your
mentally.
record, by the way.
No, my record was 11:02 back in the day. So
was it your record?
No, it's Shelby Bullock's record.
Much,
Coach Harford did the 800 and the mile. She dabbled in the 2 mile.
Much more recent then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and for her to come back and finish with 2 medals, I think that really helped boost her confidence for this season. And she's really looking forward to it and what she's going to be able to do. She's ready to redeem herself. And be running with the best because, she's up there with them, you know? So
yeah, she's one of those, alpha kids in the area for,
she's a great front runner. She's a racer, you know, we never have to doubt whether she's going to give 110% on the course. She always does that. She does what she's supposed to do, and then it'll be exciting to see what, our 5 that are returning, they, with Sierra Bonner, she's now a sophomore, so she's got another year of experience and she's starting to understand that 5K, and she's a fighter. I always tell her, if it comes down to a finish, I know you're going to do everything you can to, because at the conference meet, we edged Valpo by that point because Sierra was able to pass someone at the end. So that made it, and then our 6th runner helped break the tie too. And then, Catherine had a great breakout in the 2 mile this year, and she's just someone who, she does everything she's supposed to a T. I tell her to do this, she's going to go do it, and she's going to follow it exactly how she needs to. So it's kind of exciting to see her really come on these last couple years. She's got some big goals for herself. So it'll be fun to watch her race. And then Alyssa Dunlap, this is her 2nd year of cross country like ever. She didn't do it in middle school or anything, and finished the state track meet with an all-state medal with 6th in the 4x8. And she's someone who had to kind of build her confidence last year because she was so new to the 5K, and this year she's like, I'm going for it, coach. Like I'm running with Sierra Bonner. Like that's my goal. So. And then we have Bree Gentry. Sorry, that's the other senior. Bree's a veteran. She's been the same route as Bailey, where she's been running on the state course since her freshman year. And Bree might tell you she's more of a 400, 800 runner, and she can run the 200 and the 100 really, and pole vault. But she is, she is just a racer, and it'll be exciting to see what she accomplishes this season in the 5K for herself.
So pretty high, ceiling for this team, potentially, right? I mean, that's
last year, winning was great. Conference sectionals, regionals, semi-state, and then we went to the state meet, and we can all agree that Chesterton underperformed for what they were supposed to. And part of that was my fault because I was afraid that the season was going to end. So I was like, we better just race as much as we can.
Yeah.
So by the state meet to have 10 races under your belt, that's a lot for the girls. Typically you want to have 6 to 8 races.
Okay.
Kind of mimics a college season.
Okay.
In college you run maybe 6 races with every other weekend off.
Right.
But to ask our girls to be on every single weekend, it's a lot physically and mentally. We're happy to be there.
Yeah.
But we didn't perform how we should have performed.
Right.
So this year, we're going for redemption to see what we can do, and the girls, anything can happen.
Oh, right.
Right.
Well,
I think,
one extreme or the other.
and once we get closer and we start racing, I think we'll be able to really see what we're able to do. And looking forward to this Saturday to race against Carmel and those other teams we never see that are kind of ranked right around where we're at, and kind of go from there.
And that's on the course.
On the state course,
Down in
Terre
Haute. So it gives you a little refresher there, a little idea of what you're be looking forward to at the end of the calendar there.
Mm-hmm.
Just between us, since we're not on camera or anything like that, you and Valpo guy, you get along, you and Dondo and them, or is there?
I mean, we're hanging out, eating pizza and talking stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're
it's a healthy.
We always joke, and
it's Valpo, Chesterton. There's a lot of.
It's the rival, but it's fun to be able to joke with him, and we have a really good relationship with each other.
Because ultimately, it's the distance running, whether I can say fraternity or sorority, however you want to genderize it. But that's bigger than all of it. Ultimately.
Like he's our friend outside of cross country, so like we hang out and we talk.
We have
and all
a
that
group
kind
text.
Of, we have a group text going. So
Okay.
he's probably listening right now while he's driving home through the tornadoes that are popping up and stuff.
shoot.
So
Wow.
John, if you're listening, I hope safe travels for you right now.
Is he really a good guitar player, or is that just?
Yeah, I've watched him perform before at Aftermath. He does a really good job. He's legit. He's like right there with Dave Matthews.
I had that's great.
I like that one too.
I had said something to him about bringing it tonight, and he said something to the effect I couldn't afford the cover charge or something. Okay, Dondo, cross country coach by day, great guitar player by night. But it's nice to see. But there's a rivalry there, and you two know as well as anybody, and it's not always a friendly one, but it's nice to see you can compete and just try to
We still don't like losing to them.
beat each other's brains out on the course, but afterwards is that mutual respect.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Guys will go share a water with lemon after the
after
the race
and some chicken
something
wings.
like
I like
that.
chicken
There you
wings.
go.
So
Spicy. No,
I'm more of just
I'm a mild player.
like a barbecue.
I like them grilled too,
chicken wings.
so,
Yeah.
Got to avoid the fried stuff as you.
Yeah,
get
Rhodey
into
at Lake
the
Central, he
ages.
makes phenomenal chicken wings.
Does
so
he?
I've had some of his chicken wings before.
They're really good.
They're really I'll eat like 15 chicken wings at once. Hopefully he's listening to this
then you
too, and
go
he
run 'em
hears the
off.
shout out to chicken wings.
I had not heard that. I did not hear that.
Yeah, you should ask him about his chicken wings sometime.
I'll have to, ask him when I see him about
Yeah.
his wings. So, because wings are important.
Mhm.
So, ladies, always a
pleasure.
Nice
Mr. Peters, thank you, Jim.
Two of my pals. They went from being Mr. Peters, and now since we're just colleagues now, it's just on a first name thing. So,
Yeah.
But fantastic to see you. Thanks for
Thank you.
for joining us.
And we'll see you around.
and
Thank you to
we'll,
Tempo Timing and Louie and everyone. We
Yeah.
appreciate it. This
Thank-
is an awesome event.
Did you get to have some?
We had some pizza, yeah.
beverage? Good,
Yeah.
good, great.
It was good.
Great to be here, and there'll be the Wheeler in the Bearcats will be
Closing it out for us.
putting the punctuation on the first cross country Northwest Indiana. Well, actually, I said that wrong. Northwest Indiana high school cross country preview. So.
There you go. All right. Well, thanks,
Thank
Jim.
you, girls.
All right. We'll
Great-
chat later. We'll
great
see you
for
around.
Having us safe travels in that weather out there. It's fine.
All right.
Safe travels.
Thanks. You too. Great to see you. I appreciate you coming out. So Louis able to come in and join us, or you have to stay on that side? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was really long-winded, so this is running a lot longer than it was probably supposed to go. So, introduce yourselves. I know Emma. I would be lying if I said I knew how to pronounce your last name. So just tell us.
Okay. I'm Emma Helwigi.
Helwigi. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be a senior this year.
I say I would not have gotten that. I think I was going to probably say Wedge or Weegie. So that would not have been good.
No, it's okay.
All right, and you've got the SpongeBob.
I
hat.
do, yes.
I love that one where it's like that's the mocking one, right? I tweet that one all the time when I'm like having like a debate with an opponent of a team I don't like or something.
Yeah.
So it's like nice. All right, and you are
Tyler Kimberlin.
All right. Pleasure to meet you. We've chatted a little bit. So I'm sorry. That's all right. We can do that. So, but just each of you, tell me about your respective team's summers and just what you're looking forward to this season. And you can go in whatever order you would like.
So, like when we were in Tennessee, we had like our team was like kind of like separated. Like we had a bunch of new people on our team.
Okay.
And like with our team, like camps and the meetings we had with each other, like respective like boys and girls, we like bonded a lot more. Like our team got to know each other better. We're a lot closer now.
So the groups went together then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like we were like a lot closer now. We know a lot more about each other.
Nice.
And that's built like a lot of chemistry between us.
Okay. Tennessee, huh? Where do you guys go in Tennessee?
Gatlinburg.
All right, terrific. And Coach G's time there down there, or what?
Basically.
Wow. All right. Timing business must be really good, right? All right, awesome. All right, and then just kind of piggyback on that. Just tell me how that went, and good team building, good program building stuff.
Yeah, definitely. We also are a younger team now, definitely, with the amount of seniors that graduated last year.
Yeah.
So I got to know the girls a lot more also at the camp, and obviously building off of last year, like. We have a lot looking into this year.
Oh, for sure. So, you make history one year. It's like they expect you to come back and do it again.
Yeah,
right?
definitely. So we built on that and definitely set some goals. So looking into this year, we'll definitely see what we can do.
5 back from the 7? Or how many? 4.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So so you got some. You got some power back in the lineup, but you lose some heavy hitters. Sorry, I keep using baseball analogies, but and then Haley's out at Arizona.
Yep, Arizona State. Yeah, she leaves tonight.
So. How do you do the pitchfork? I don't know how to do the pitchfork.
I think it's like
something. I do the
something
pitchfork.
Like this.
That's right. That's a good idea. So you probably leave that one well enough alone. But tough. Yeah. And just, I'm guessing you're and I've used the term alpha a lot, but you're going to be the
front runner.
Yeah, as opposed to lead dog. Alpha sounds better, probably. So you're moving into that this season and ready to take that. Take
the title. Definitely. Obviously, Haley and I had like a really good relationship with that. Like we were just super close. It was never like a competition with her. Like obviously we pushed each other, but definitely like it's gonna be different, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm glad that the girls behind me like respect me enough to see that, and they're just like looking forward to me pushing them. So
because the rest of them are pretty much all sophomores now, or?
So the next 2 after our next 2 are sophomores, and then we have a junior.
All right, because I knew it was pretty young when I came out and talked to all of you that day, and that it was a team that was going to have a fair bit in place, but then you're going to have some pieces to fill in though. So is that being a tough act to follow like that? Is that that can be a positive, that can be a negative? You just you're just excited to see where that momentum takes the team this year and see what you can do, and it doesn't necessarily define you as a success or a failure if you don't get back to state, because not everybody's got the same capabilities. But I guess when you do something special like that, it's like hey, yeah, let's try to do that again.
For
That,
sure.
that was pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it just, I guess motivation. You learn from that experience, and you just try to, just try to build on it. Or,
Yeah, that's kind of like what we're looking for.
Yeah,
Definitely.
say a few other, toss out a few other names there. Just do some.
So Haley has a little sister, Alexia.
Oh, okay.
She joined our team, and we also have, I'm trying to think, Sarah Conroy. She's going to be a junior.
Okay.
So she's like really looking forward to seeing where she's at this year.
Okay.
And then we also have a German exchange student.
Oh.
So yeah, she just joined us. Her name's Kaya.
Okay.
And so obviously we don't know like that much about where she's at because she
Wow.
wasn't practicing with us this summer.
Okay.
But she's definitely another one.
Louis reaching out to Germany.
Yeah.
I tell you, he's a little slickster over there, man. Yeah. See, they won't notice if I try to get somebody from Germany or something. So, but yeah. So you guys, were you a little motivated by what the girls did last year, or just the idea that, hey, let's, that looks pretty cool. Let's try to.
Yeah, we're kind of building off
something like that ourselves.
We're building off on our 2019 season we had when we went to semi-state.
Yeah.
We beat out Portage. That's our goal this year too.
Yeah. Not Portage specifically.
Yeah,
but just,
not.
yeah,
but
right.
like we want to be that. We want to be that fifth spot.
Yeah.
That's our main goal. We have a lot of talent coming up too. We have a lot of younger people too.
Yeah.
It's like our 1 through 5 is kind of set.
Good.
Like our 5, 6, and 7 actually fluctuate, which I think is going to make us stronger, build more competition, which can make us fall faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll get us to build more camaraderie too between us.
Yeah, and then are you the guy, or do you want to? Is your order?
No, our we have 2 twins. They're one in our top runner is Steven, and number 2 and 3 are between sophomore and senior Mark Johnson, then his twin Zach. And then we have Robbie, number 4, and then our 5th runner can be Lucas right now, but then that could fluctuate between either me or Nolan Hensley or something like that.
Yeah,
we have a lot of talent on JV too that is
you got wires all hanging.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
It feels like he's being attacked by a snake from Tennessee.
Yeah.
Or something. So you didn't see any snakes down there, or anything, did you?
No, we saw a couple of bears though.
Did you mention that to me, Coach Tor? There was you told me that the bear there was somebody bear came up to the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in that creek behind our hotel.
Wow.
Or motel.
How I would have handled that one. So, but yeah, it just as a senior, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you just everybody wants to go out and go out with a bang their last year, do the best they can, make some last season memories.
Yeah, and I feel like our top runners that are seniors can provide a lot of guidance towards our underclassmen on how to be better teammates per se, how to lead a team.
Yeah.
And I feel like that could be better too.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, right?
Yeah.
It's not just about, I know running fast is a big part of it, but it's
you want to build a good teamwork relationship.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you hate the guy that's running next to you, it's it doesn't do you much.
Don't get a lot accomplished.
Doesn't help, because ultimately, I mean, you can have the best, you have the number 1 runner, but then you still got to score 4 other spots and push 2 other spots, right? So, okay. Then some individual expectations and addition to your team expectations this year. You're looking to, get up there and knock elbows with the Karinas and Kayleys and and Bailey's. Yeah. Ron Ranto would have killed me if I'd forgotten Bailey there. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, where do you see yourself in that chase of top runners?
Yeah. So my sophomore year, I made it individually to state.
Right.
So obviously I want to do that again. Obviously, I think I have more experience now.
Yeah.
And last season was kind of different. I had some issues. I don't know. I would sometimes pass the finish line and feel god awful.
Ooh,
so I really don't want to feel that anymore.
I mean, you just ran a race.
Yeah,
so
true.
That's allowed. Yeah.
Yes, but I just don't really. I don't know. I want to grow on that.
Yeah.
And I think my training this summer has been a lot more intuitive. I've just been way more tuned into what I'm doing.
I gotcha.
Thinking a lot more on
Yeah.
where I want to be at this time.
Yeah.
So I obviously don't want to have a
fall out in the middle of the
Yeah.
season, being that our
Yeah.
season is so long.
Yeah.
So obviously, I just want to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
As I progress through the season, I want my time to go down. That's kind of what I'm
right. And again, don't put so much into the end result
Yeah.
that you don't enjoy. And I've said this 100 times tonight, but just enjoy every part of it as you go along, because hey, this is the last time you will do it, if nothing else, as a high school runner. And if you're not fortunate enough to go on to college, it'll be the last time you do that as a runner in general.
Definitely.
Other than track, but
Yeah,
just that
definitely.
just that experience that you'll never you want to your senior year to be the most memorable one, not necessarily
For
not
sure.
just for the accolades that come with it, but just for
For
the
sure.
experience too, and the hey, you remember when this happened, or that time Louis fell in the ravine when he was chasing us back at New Prairie. You just just as a random example. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Just you're not so caught up in all the results that you don't enjoy the moments that make up the cumulative part of it. So
Yeah.
all right, you've got the dance floor here. So anything else you want to say as we wrap up here? Is Louis gonna jump in a little bit? We're gonna bring in the big boss man who put all of this together to wrap it up here. Oh, you know what? I didn't ask you. I'm sorry, real quick.
Okay.
Do the pasta pizza salad 1, 2, 3 before you get out of here.
So if I were eating these are three.
You had 3 plates in front of you. Which one would you go to first, second, and third?
Okay, I definitely would eat the salad first.
Okay.
Because
plain old salad.
Because
or?
I definitely when I have a plate of food in front of me, I eat what I would not like the most first.
I gotcha. So you're going contrarian.
Yeah.
On me. So actually 3 would be 1 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So definitely.
All right.
I would eat salad and then I would eat pizza and then pasta.
Okay. I was thinking, if you had Chuck Taylor's for a second there, I got you
Thanks.
taking the high tops. But so really the favorite would be pasta.
Yes,
And
for
then-
sure.
And
Pizza.
type? Alfredo, cheddar, marinara?
I think spaghetti. With
Spaghetti
meatballs.
marinara.
Yeah,
then.
definitely.
Okay. All
yeah.
right. Rocking it old school. Okay. All right.
I'd probably go the opposite. I like pizza a lot.
Okay.
Then I'd probably go pasta and then salad. I'm
Okay.
not a huge fan of veggies at all.
Okay. So you don't put the veggies on the pie then. So any what's your top? Is you a sausage pepperoni guy?
Pepperoni.
Okay, I gotcha. And did you have some since Beggar's Pizza? Did you have any? Or
I did. It was really good.
Outstanding. All right. Perfect plug as we wind it down here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
You too.
Best of luck.
Hi, Mom. Hi,
Don't-
Dad.
Don't let the girls get all the accolades this year. So get the boys along for the ride too.
Thanks, T-Bone. Awesome.
What's Emma's nickname? He's T-Bone. What is that?
Emma doesn't really have a
She
nickname.
just E or was she not? Okay.
She's interesting, but
She's interesting.
Yeah, put it that way.
Yeah, just we'll do a little.
She's the flyer, dude. She's the Wheeler Flyer, dude. She wants to be a
It's nice to
pilot.
Spend some time in the islands this year. I mean, the tan is outrageous, man. So it looked like you had a little time in Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic or on the Bahamas, training down with the Bahamian sprinters. There is what you were doing. So.
True. True story. Yeah, man. Hey, we're at the end. We're at the end. We're at the end.
You can chat a little about. We made it. My voice didn't disappear. So chat a little bit about Wheeler, and then we'll just do a little wrap up of the whole proceidings.
Yeah. Well.
Big year last year, just a history-making year on the girls' side.
Definitely a history-making year on the girls' side. I think the big thing was with COVID, we didn't even know if we were going to have a season, and having that many, that special group of athletes that was there, you never knew when it was going to get canceled. So you had to take the precautions, necessary to do the right things. And it was tough. You had to go week by week by week, and they had to continue believing in each other, continuing to get better as well. But continuing to do the right things in terms of safety and protocols and stuff. And we were lucky, we were blessed to have the season that we had, and hopefully it could continue to manifest into more success in the future. We have a great group of middle schoolers coming up, and a great group of underclassmen coming up as well.
on both sides. But yeah, it's just something where you had a lot of small schools here today. You had Covenant Christian, you had Andrean, you had Hebron, and I like to think that they could have just as much success as we had.
Well, right, it kind of shows that it can happen.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Granted, your odds are longer because you just hey, ultimately it's a numbers thing because you can have the state champ, but if you got to have at least four other pretty solid kids to piggyback on that. But I guess it just goes to show when we live we're in a largely class sports state here, and there's been a little bit of that over the years about cross country, but never I think it's gotten a whole lot of traction with doing that for the sport. But it goes to show it it can be done at a school that's 600, 500.
We're lower. I think we're at 538, maybe even lower than that.
Yeah. So I mean, you don't have to be one of the the monoliths to be able to have success at the highest level in this sport.
Yeah, we were at small school at the state meet. We obviously we're projected to be in the bottom half. We ended up placing 18th. So we took down some teams.
You beat some big schools.
And we were lucky and proud to do that. But we want to continue to build, continue to improve. That's the continued sign of success of continuing improving.
Right.
Not going backwards.
Correct.
And I think you brought up a good point with Tyler. In terms of just having that inspiration, like, hey, if the girls can do it, why can't we do it? And that 2019 group, both sides, that was the first time that we went to Tennessee, going to the camp and stuff, and so they were definitely inspired. And then that success rolls into 2020, obviously.
Sure.
We want to, and obviously this year we went back. We were lucky, we were blessed to go back this year. So this group is definitely inspired. I see a lot of growth in the boys' side. We had a lot of freshmen last year that took their lumps. It is what it is.
As they're inclined to do.
But now they're sophomores now, and they're hungry. They're growing. They're improving. They're holding each other accountable. And I think we're going to turn some heads for sure. And the conference and the sectional and different things like that. So
expectations can be a burden, but expectations are. It's good to have them because if there are none, then it's like, well, we're just out here running,
right.
And there's nothing wrong with that either because this success in the sport is measured by incrementally by if a kid improves from a 30-minute 5K to a 25-minute 5K, that's a tremendous improvement. But at the point where you're taking a team to state, then it's like okay, and you've set a pretty high bar, and that doesn't make this season we said it before. This doesn't measure this year's success as to whether you match that or not, because it's not the same team. You lost some pretty impactful kids there who were program changers. So but you have that carrot, as it were, out dangling out there in front of you, and says, hey, the minute you start to think, no, we can't do it, well. You can.
Right, definitely. I mean,
it has happened.
The seniors last year just left a great legacy. Not only Haley, but Sarah, Dottie, Emily. They were part of the program for 4 years, and they definitely left a legacy in terms of not just on the course, but off the course. Just being great teammates, being good mentors to the girls that are currently on the team. We talked a lot about that in Tennessee. And a lot of times running camps are just, running, but, the team building aspect and the person building aspect is a huge thing. We did a lot of that. A lot of opening up, to each other and different things like that. And that's when you get the most out of people, you get the best out of people, I think.
Oh, no doubt.
And, and talking about expectations, I go into it, last year compared to this year, obviously different teams and stuff. And I said, you can't rest on what you did last year.
Right.
It's almost, looking at your notepad there, it's almost like flipping that notepad and you got a blank page. That's what you're going with. You know what I'm saying? Because we could talk till we're blue in the face about last year and do that, but brand new team, new expectations, and hey, it's coming down to it. So who's going to step up and take those spots? We have 4 coming back. Off of that state team. Now you got 3 more spots to fill. It could be done. Obviously we proved that.
Well, right, I mean, it was the Darling story last year, but then you want to get it to a point where it's like, okay, maybe that's the expectation, or they're not being a one-time deal, that this continues to be a competitive program, whether that means you get there again or to semi-state or get individuals down or whatever, that you continue to to do good things going forward.
We definitely, and coming off of track too, we had success with the girls 4x8 team that made down to the state finals. And I know we had some bumpy roads kind of in the past few years, but to have Haley, Emma, Elena, and Luca that finally get the job done and placed pretty well. They were, top half. They were 13. Just outside the medals, but at the same time, to get there on your first time and be able to have success there was huge. And for a girl like Luca, who, I remember the article you wrote, she's young for her age, she's super young, but to go to the state finals twice as a freshman, I mean, that's boatloads of experience right there. And she just took it all in, and she had a great summer. Just continuing, because she knew what the expectations were for herself, and she wants to be a great athlete, wants to be a great runner. So
that unknown is just part of the fun. So, I mean, if you knew it was going to happen, it'd be pretty boring. We would need stories to be written about it, because we'd already know the results. It's all that gray area there that exists within the black and white of the results each week to week. So.
Absolutely. We made some changes to the schedule too. We're actually starting off in Terre Haute this Friday.
Okay.
So we'll be one of those teams that's going to Terre Haute with some of the big schools. And, I kind of stole that from Coach Coyle. He's with the mantra of, you want to start the season there, you want to end the season there, right?
Do it at the beginning, do it at the end.
So I think it's going to be a great experience for all of them, especially the ones that didn't get the opportunity. The boys as well, obviously. So
don't just go down, when you go later on where you're not maybe starstruck or awed by the environment, because that can be intimidating in and of itself. It's like in Hoosiers when they walked into Hinkle Fieldhouse. It's kind of Hinkle, Vern Gibson's kind of that equivalent in terms of cross country. It's like you're not going to go out and measure the whole 5,000 meters to show them it's just the same as
you can do the wheel if you want,
running back at the high school. But it's just so that's gives you an idea of just what your target is, what your ambitions are for the program. So it wasn't just the one-hit wonder where that was nice, and we're just going to go back to being the little school that hangs in there. Again, so
and it's cool, like seeing a lot of the big schools here, like seeing Lindsay and seeing John, stuff like that. Because I think we've earned their respect. As a program, no doubt. And fact is that, like you said, we're not just a little school anymore that's just nice to hang around. We're in there. We're gonna throw some punches our way too.
They'll get to the semi-state, and then they'll just kind of finishing back in the pack there. So.
And I think we proved that, obviously, and I think the girls and the guys are ready to continue to turn some heads, and I think you relish in that fact of being a small school in a one-class system. It is special.
Oh yeah, no doubt. There's something additional to that accomplishment, that because you are the odds are against you, because you don't have those sheer numbers once you're working to begin with. Did you just seemed like a tremendous success here tonight for something you were I kept telling people I'm just showing up and talking. I didn't do anything to I did a little chicken scratch preparation, but basically I just came in kind of flying blind and just tried not to hopefully didn't make too many glaring mistakes along the way, but
we'll go back to the tape.
I was going to say when I said Michelle York, and it goes I remembered her as Michelle York, and she was and she's been Duffy for a long time, but that's how how far back I go. But just the idea of being to pull this together and having it be so successful in a short turnaround, and just I guess this is what that says about the sports and the coaches and kids that comprise it.
Absolutely. I think, putting it together, I think there was a void that needed to be filled. I think with as being in the newspaper industry, you know how it is, and a lot of the publishing is digital now, and live streams and podcasts and different things like that. So changing with the times, so to speak. And, and the fact is that I'm blessed to have, a lot of the local coaches that were on board right away. They emailed me back and, different things like that. They're like, yeah, I'm down, da-da-da. And
Who's
everybody.
that clown you got to host it, though?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Man, oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, I was hard up. I had to find somebody at short notice, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be a goal going forward, get an upgrade in the hosts. So,
you did good. Kudos to Beggar's Pizza. I appreciate them.
That was great
just,
for hosting us. And you needed a place. And,
they did great.
So the business must be Tempo Runs doing well.
We're getting a lot of inquiries about races and different things like
Good
that.
for you guys.
We're excited to continue growing. That was always part of the goal. We started in the middle of the pandemic, not the goal, but it is what it is. But I wanted to be ready for when events started to go.
Right.
And I have a great partner in Kirk Chip, who's also one of my assistant coaches. And he does a great job, in terms of doing marketing and different things like that, the website. And so we're just going to grow this thing and continue to support the sport and market it. You may see us at some cross-country races.
Good.
I may be coaching at the cross-country race, but Kirk will be timing it.
Yeah, good.
You'll see us at local road races. We do track and field timing as well. So anybody that needs a track and field timer, we'll definitely.
This is the guy to reach out to.
We do have some great references. We've done schools we've done races with Hanover, River Forest, obviously the Wheeler meets and stuff like that. So. Where if you're looking for a timer, we'd love to. No race is too small for us, so let's put it that way. So just like Wheeler, right? No race too small. Yeah, so it's growing, and I appreciate you giving the shout outs and the support, and just coming out and giving your time today for all these kids and these coaches.
Yeah, these are all people I tremendously respect, yourself included. And there was something just with this sport when I was a pup many years ago and covering Portage, and I guess maybe because I was thrown into covering, Portage in its glory days that caught on with when Bill Wilkie coached and things like that, and the momentum just built, and I've just I've just stuck with it, and even if I have a professional change or my base is a little different, it's like cross country community is a vast network, and it's just being able to do something like this tonight is great, and hope folks popped in and out as they saw their comments. Teams, their coaches, and
a lot of comments, a lot of views, right on the feed there. But I think it's too we had I don't know if you saw Will Junior Strider. Grayson was here, and she the fact that she got to see her idol was cool. The fact that she got to see Karina, our state champion. And the fact that all the kids autographed a poster for her, that was huge. I mean, that's awesome. That's the big. That's a big thing of supporting the sport and that's what we want to do. That's what we want to continue to do. Yeah. Those moments that you can't put them into words. So appreciate everybody, coming out tonight, giving up your time to help promote the sport. Appreciative of you, Jim, obviously for giving up your time to help promote and all that. Appreciate Beggar's Pizza for the venue, and no doubt, and everybody else that helped put this all together. That's it was a task, but at the same time, it was great for kids.
Good stuff, man. I just glad all I had to do was show up and start yapping. So, man, that was kudos to you for throwing it together. I didn't know you were had such technical expertise. So
I had 1 year of electronics and computer technology at Indiana State.
Nice. So you're 1 year ahead of me. So I'm usually having trouble unlocking my phone. So that was, I was wondering about that, and all I had to do was walk in and sit down.
Yeah.
So, hey, that works for me.
All right.
But again, hat tip for you for bringing this together.
No problem.
And, here's to a successful 2021 season. We'll be able to go out and see everybody.
Absolutely.
And see everybody's, faces and be able to be there and cheer them. And if we want to go back and watch it later on, we can do that.
Absolutely.
But we can be there to do that, and just hopefully we keep trending in that direction. This great sport can continue to be recognized for all the wonderful qualities that helps establish both between those race lines and outside them.
Yeah, thank you, appreciative so much, and Scott Coyle, thanks a lot for helping me out with everything, the venue, with just getting the emails out, stuff like that. I couldn't have done it without him. He's a great resource to have, great support system. Obviously, everybody else. I know it's been a long night. Hopefully, you're still watching. But
hey, if I can get me, I'll just. If we get it to where everybody shows up in the future, then you'll just need to smack me on the the head when we reach the 10-minute mark, so I can keep the time frame a little tighter.
Hopefully, we can make this into an annual thing, and I definitely want to do it for track. Maybe try and figure out a format for track and field for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe at an indoor venue somewhere. We'll definitely call you for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, man. This is Louis Guillen from Temple Run Timing.
Jim Peters from Jim Peters Preps, just looking to first meet this Saturday at Crown Point. So check out my website as the season goes along, and don't be afraid to say hey out at a meet, because we'll be out there running around and trying to bring all the great stories about the kids and coaches and teams as the 2021 season gets rolling this week.
Awesome. You guys have a great night. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
You hit the stop button.